There we go. All right. What is up? Hello?
I'm so glad when I'm going down on the timeline and I see the Woolly versus upload and I see together and
Yeah.
just like been waiting for fucking
So,
months.
yeah, that one. Okay, so I got to Rykard. That took a while because of the quest lines,
Oh yeah, no, you fail all of those.
and I wanted to make sure that I was able to do as much at the house as possible. So I had to wait till I got to Juneau, in order to go back and finish that one off. I got all the way
It,
up to the
it's
door.
it's crazy how far into the game you have to go to finish that quest line compared to how early you can get to the door.
Now, I guess my curiosity is, let's say you just go through it like a normal sane person who assumes the boss
Yeah,
door is meant to be completed after you get to it. Um,
right.
what does it just turn all of that dialogue off and you just don't get to sort
That's
of,
right.
yeah, you just miss out on all the
Because
shit
what
with
happens,
Uriah. Okay.
what happens when you beat Rykard is that the wife moves from
Into the
the
room.
spot to the other spot, and then all the that breaks everything.
Yeah, okay. So you just lose a lot more context there. Man, yeah. Boy,
Hey,
I
congrats! You've done this fight like 5 times now, right?
mm,
It's you got a weird thing, and you got the sword that is for the weird thing, and this is definitely the best one they've done.
absolutely. So that's what I was saying. I'm like, they have solved the set piece battle. That was fun. It was a lot. It was fantastic. The your storm ruler moment. In a real fight, though, you know,
Yeah,
and an interesting one too, in that, like, you get a build switch up. So I took off my fists. I took off, you have to get rid of Bloodhound for that moment. So I'm like, okay, let's go back to the usual set. And then yeah, I took some deaths on that fight for sure, but I really
it's
loved the spectacle.
it's the kind of thing where it's been it's been a problem with From Software games in terms of spectacle because you were always going to roll in with what you were going to roll in on,
Hmm.
and so you go back to Dragon God, which is the solution to that was that you don't get to fight the boss in any way at all.
Hmm.
You're literally running to checkpoints.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you get to Bed of Chaos, in which you also don't get to fight the boss at all. You're running to checkpoints. And the solution was, oh, we made Sekiro, and what we discovered was that what we don't have to do is make a boss that anybody can beat because the requirements are really simple. What we have to do is give the player character a way to be a locked character for just this one moment.
Make you feel like you're doing cooler things in this set piece instead of using just you to run around a maze and pull levers.
Yeah,
Hmm. The dragon in Sekiro, absolutely.
it kind of is that fight.
Hmm.
It's very similar.
Um, and yeah, that phase two as well opens up in a way where, like, it starts bringing out stuff. And apparently there was a big sword move that I missed out on. But it's not like you are like, you can definitely get the timing of that down, learn to charge the heavy attacks, and just crumple the fuck out of it. And
Oh yeah,
like, there's a way to do that sequence clean, that you can pick up on. But I'm glad that coming back to it after all this time, was saving it for, getting to the mountaintop and stuff, that I was still able to, like, have a challenge there, feel some of the burn,
well, you know what the trick with that is, right?
hmm.
The damage off the fucking sword is set to his fucking HP.
it,
It's a base level sword that's meant to fight him at his standard values. You can upgrade that weapon.
I did.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Oh, You shit ass.
I did, because it was like that was like, wait, what? They're just gonna let you do that, and then you just take it over, and like, yeah, I'm not using anything that uses somber, so I spent my somber on it because I have no other use
Oh
for it.
fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, well you got to really give it to him then, because fuck.
But still a ton of fun. Got to truly experience that, and
I think what might have been the implication, honestly, because you're talking about like, oh man, you have to get to basically the last or second to the last zone of the game to clear out the the manor quests, right? And I'm like, was the intention that you go in with the baseline sword and get your fucking shit wrecked, and then come back later with it more upgraded,
huh? I
so
don't
that
know.
you would have an easier time?
It doesn't feel like it's meant for that though. It feels like the fact that you can get a big guaranteed crumple and a guaranteed stagger
Mm-hmm.
off of those charged bits. It feels as if you're meant to just be
Oh,
able to do it.
I'm seeing folks say that you didn't use Mimic, because that's what I did to crumple the fucking piss out of them.
Oh, I did it with no summons. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mimic will just use the fucking thing the same as
Gotcha,
you,
gotcha.
and
Okay.
just fucking beat on him.
So no, I guess this is the part where I should probably like clarify that, like, yeah, this is for my like there's an ever going discussion about what my build is and what it should be, and some people say this, some people say that, whatever, it's all noise. But
You'll get there one day.
what I'm doing for my own for my thrill seeking, for me to
Yeah.
seek out the spectacle, as it were, is I'm going in. I've got my Bloodhound step because that makes it really feel fun to move on. But
Oh yeah.
I'm not pulling in the mimic, or I'm not pulling in the summons on a lot of these fights, because I want to give it a straight shot and see how that feels. Though I do to me though, I feel the spectacle of like a 2v2 or a team thing is really cool. So I like to pull in a summon when it's an asymmetrical battle. But
Asymmetrical battles feel built around having more targets.
and then you either get the remainders of the 2v1, or you get the 2v1 at you, or something happens. But that feels like a really fun thing. So but yeah, I'm doing that. I did that, and I'm doing a bunch of the others without it, the summons, and that made the other boss I fought in that session fucking phenomenal as well. Because as I'm talking about the asymmetrical aspect, Captain O'Neill was also in that same run. That's the peg leg with the lightning blade on his foot.
I feel like wait, in the castle in Fort
Castle
Seoul.
flag.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's a fuck.
He's so cool. And he was calling in the boys, and I'm like, okay, you got 2 nights to deal with. You run around, pick your shots, But two things I saw between those two fights. Yeah, they learned how to deal with the spectacle, and then O'Neill to me also represents like the them getting the best out of ads, right? Because
Yeah, I would say so.
right, what fucking sucks about ads is they distract, they're an annoyance, but you deal with them, then you go deal with the main thing, and then you spend your time or whatever, and then at a certain point it goes, okay, reset, time to redo the ads again, and you feel like a hype decompression moment where the ads come back in the fight.
Yeah.
With this, he calls in 2, and then every other buff he does makes them stronger, because that's the rallying cry ability. But then once they're gone, he's like, okay, now I enter phase 2. That's all it is.
Yeah.
The faster you kill them, the faster he enters phase 2. And you can prolong it for phase 1, but ultimately that is the best way to preserve that feeling, by not having the re-add moment.
So it's funny that you mentioned that. I don't particularly care for that fight myself. But what's interesting is that I understand what you're trying to get across, like in terms of like this is a good way to use ads. There's a similar guy to him which is, I think, so the one you're talking about, I think, is actually Neal.
There's Neal. Yeah, okay, there's
And there's
Neal and there's
O'Neal.
O'Neal. Yes, yes.
Okay, O'Neal's
One's
the
in
guy in
Caelid.
Caelid.
Yeah.
And the thing about him is that he is the worst ad boss that FromSoft has ever made ever, because it's the only ad boss I can think of in the history of From Software games that enemies can actually wander in from outside the boss arena
zone.
during the fight.
It's an open
and
space.
Just attack you. I had fucking Clean Rot Knights just enter the arena to fight me.
I thought they were part of it at a point.
They are not.
Yeah, I thought they were part of it when that happened. No, so that's it. Like, yeah, the Caelid version of that fight, very different. Also, the phase he goes into solo is not at all comparable.
No.
Whereas in this case, he just becomes this fucking insane lightning god, you know, doing giant drop kicks on you. So the fact that it goes into a badass like 1v1 right afterwards is super sick. So I very much enjoyed that at Castle Sol.
So
yeah,
you're way in there now, right?
Feels like
you're like, you mean you've seen Snow,
mm-hmm.
which is way in there. I think you only have 2 major things left to go for. Is it not like just absurd now that you've seen what the path, air quotes, actually is, how much of the game is not the path?
Yeah.
Like Godric, Renala, Morgott, and then on, and it's just like 99.9% of the game is just there for you if you feel it.
It really is their, like, this is, you know, their approach to an open world. It's if you're gonna design a Dark Souls open world, you know, like, you're gonna have to figure out some shit. Their way of doing it was to just really put it all out there. But the whole thing too, that I guess this is something that I think we, like, the idealized version of the marketing plan, which is like open vista, go anywhere, you know, that Breath of the Wild looking over the cliff moment. I do feel that now we're in an age where it's expected, it's known that there is a community play of the game that is going to be, people are going to be checking in on, like, quest lines, and people are going to be referring to the internet for information about all these.
It's always been kind of part of the feel of these games, is that we're all doing it. You're all doing it
together. Yes, exactly. Right. Like the community is parsing together which options lead to what with NPC quest lines, when to go do what, and so on. So because that factor is so expected and strong, I feel that, like, that is always going to dull the, it's a big world out there, because there's going to be like, yeah, but we highly recommend you go this way if you if you go to this, like, the Extra Life and read the, you know, the order of things to go in or whatever. You can get a very guided version of the game. You can get a very assisted version of the game with, like, summons and helps and multiplayer. The Grace is guiding you as well. So and there's main roads too. So, like,
the roads is what really stands out to me, is that there is an unironic highway through the whole game. There's a almost a Death Stranding like main road that you can follow for the vast majority of the game, straight through all the way to the end,
with a crazy taxi arrow at every bonfire.
Yeah,
you know, so those things do really just, like, yeah, you can just walk that path, you know. Your curiosity is going to get the better of you when you look over to the left and see a giant fucking whatever, and you're like, I want to go see what that is. But it does keep it in that lane. And then I'm thinking about just, like, yeah, I'm imagining a lot of people went through, like, if like, I mean, I guess we'll have to see the feedback from folks, but I imagine a lot of people went through and, like, checked Extra Life for like weapon discovery, build things that are just like, I just want to know this now to not waste my time. I imagine people will check it for that and for NPC obtuseness, and then otherwise just like wander to the degree that you're willing to. And when you don't feel like wandering anymore, you can like
it depends,
switch
right?
back to this community version of the recommended
I am
path.
personally of the opinion that the vast majority of people wandered as they would for their first run, but would run into the situation of, I would like a thing that I suspect is here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, for a good example for you would be, you knew there were going to be punch weapons in the game,
Mm-hmm.
100%,
Mm-hmm.
but where?
Yeah.
Right, and that would be most people's use of externalized information. I feel like the average person's interaction with Elden Ring is less text based and more water cooler, more oh hey, I was playing, bro, did you get this
Found
part, blah
this,
blah
did
blah,
that. Yeah.
with the one exception being NPC quest lines, which are as obtuse and absurd as ever.
Also like farming things.
Oh yeah,
Excuse me.
bless you.
Yeah, like farming materials, or you know, where to get your next fucking smithing stone.
It's really funny that you mentioned farming materials, because I had a situation with that where they, one of the patches buffed drop rates of regular smithing stones, right? Like the regular 3s or 4s, right? And so I go, okay, hey, is anyone playing the game right now? Have you figured out where the new drop locations for these things? Because, some people would say, oh, 2s now drop off a regular soldier here, that kind of thing, right? And the response I got was overwhelmingly, just go to this place and get the item that lets you buy them from the shop.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no, that's not, like, the item to buy 6 level stones is in fucking Altus Plateau.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Riley. I just want to know if any of the guards drop a fucking, just go and get the bell from the and it's like, it's this weird thing where the ease of access to information means that people don't search for a lot of that information anymore. So once all the bell locations got found, everyone's just like, well, just go get the bell.
Right.
Well, who cares if they drop it anymore? And you only find out some of the stuff if you're crazy enough to listen to people like Illusory Wall, who put up a great series in which he's like, hey, did you know that the map is like changing per patch? Like the picture map is changing, and roads that used to go nowhere are being removed, and land masses that don't actually exist are being cleaned up.
Huh. Interesting. I guess that's to streamline it even further.
So, when you went to Carria Manor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you look at the map and there was a weird highway that went straight into a cliff next to Carria Manor?
I don't recall.
On the map. So here's the thing. It existed on the map, but not in reality. And Illusory Wall suspects that there used to be a actual landmass there, but then they changed it.
Okay.
And so there's no road that points to Jarburg anymore.
Okay.
On the map. And that was very recent. That was the last one.
I mean, the map is so accurately detailed down to like the rubble on the ground at points.
Yeah.
So that's clearly
Except
an artist traced over the 3D.
Yeah. Except the parts where it was horribly inaccurate, which
so that means
are
they took
slowly
stuff out.
being cleaned up over time.
Interesting. Yeah, no, it is. And so there was those moments. There was certainly the great Rykard fight, and then I had a proper little test, because this has been known, but like I have Comet Azure doing the Kamehameha. That shit's awesome.
It's a good spell, man.
And then
Use it.
you pick up the infinite FP, and
Oh
then
yeah.
it goes, oh, this is the content deleter, and
Welcome to 2 months ago.
so I pulled it off and I landed it on a couple of things here and there where they would dodge out of the way but like eat a little bit of it and lose like 30% in one shot or whatever. And then I rode over to the Erd tree on the mountaintop, and then the fucking avatar pops out there. I'm like, okay, this is it. We're doing it. The full lab, the full science experiment. Beam it. Mm-hmm. It splits into two. Walk sideways. Beam it again within 5 seconds. The entire fight is gone, and I go back to the box. You go. This is. I
really want to point out that that's post nerf.
It doesn't matter.
Like that's but it's like it's one of those things in a game where it's this fun little balancing problem where the idea is a problem.
Yeah.
The very concept of this spell is a problem because it's either going to be fucking too good or it's going to not worth be casting. There's absolutely no middle ground at all.
Yeah, no. The absolute annihilation of the fight in its entirety just made me immediately like crumple in my heart, and I'm like, this is going away. This is not like, nah. You know, if you call in like back in the day, like a bunch of really good people to help like destroy a boss or something, like it would go down in longer time than this beam makes the fight go down in, you know, type of thing.
Yeah, and the tier and the comet were both patched for this specific thing, and it's like there's no number you can tweak that's going to make it not worth it unless you make it complete garbage. And this is the funsy, right? Because when you look at like what I was talking about earlier, like the sprint, right? The sprint through Elden Ring with all remembrances, which is a lot. That's not just optional. That's right. It's down to 1 hour and 40, whereas your average Dark Souls speed runs about 20, right? So it's actually comparable. So if you really want, you can go, well, I know where the comet is. I know where the tier is, and just go to it.
Yeah.
In most cases, stuff isn't even in your way.
And the sprint,
pick it up off the floor.
And in this case now, if you're looking at this type of tech, the sprint also includes the boss deletion, so you really can just do this game.
People are there's a great Vati video where he just says, okay, here's where you can get to on your horse in the first hour to just pick up like 8 shards, all these upgrades for your flask, all these upgrade materials, the smithing stone here, just boom, 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 boom. Like Bloodhound Step and all that stuff. But even then, like, walk over to the tier, walk over to the comet, pick it up, go get the goddamn staff in Blighttown that you can just go pick up, and then just walk into the level 1 dungeon, walk into Stormvale, and just delete fucking Godric in 4 seconds. And then do it to Renala, and then do it to fucking Snake Boy, and then do it to Radon, and then
it's wild. And it's wild that is like something that you can do that is not a specialized build. It doesn't require your points to be, you know, your spec to be a particular thing for this crazy interaction that, oh my god, destroys this fight. It's like it's in the normal range of play.
So every time a From Software game comes out, the easy mode conversation starts up again, and it's always commensurate with how popular the game is, because there's a large group of people that want to play it but feel like they can't, and then there's that amount of people scales with how big the game is in the public consciousness, right? So Elden Ring is by far the biggest they've put out. It hit the widest audience, but unironically, the Azure Comet like video did an enormous amount of damage to that discourse, in which, like, I need an easy mode, and then people go, okay,
Here it
here
is.
it is.
Yeah.
And if you want a slightly less easy mode, here's the faith equivalent, or here's the bleed equivalent, or here's the like, it's actually all there. It's just whether or not you have the knowledge to actually go get it.
Yeah. And I mean, and you know, obviously 60 int is a very high number to have to get to. But I mean, if you're dedicating your build towards a thing, you're gonna hit that point, and you
Yeah.
know, or you can respec to it. It's interesting to me that, like, yeah, I guess just between that and between like Moonveil and some of that other stuff, I'm kind of just you know, I seeing and certainly feeling how good like Bloodhound Step is. There's definitely the part of that where it's like, where does that fit into that list of the craziest
Bloodhound
things?
Step is probably the best thing in the entire game.
Would it be? Would it in? It's like the best possible role that you could ever have.
It changes the mechanics of the way you deal with everything in the entire game.
And like the reason why it just like syncs up so well with what I enjoy is because it's a defensive mechanic instead of an offensive one.
Yeah.
You know? And like, just in that nature, you change how I feel. You know, it's quite revealing. It is interesting to see, because like I am feeling my game like amplified by having that type of mobility, and it's not a damaging thing. It's the opposite side of it, you know?
It's the way Elden Ring is balanced is really fascinating to me, because I mean, we've talked ad nauseum. It's usually about fighting games, but it applies to everything. Like, the goal of the perfect 5-5 utopia of everything's perfectly balanced often sucks a lot of the fun out, because it removes a lot of the uniqueness. I feel like, I genuinely believe that the original pressed disc version of Elden Ring was not only not built to be a 5-5 utopia in terms of balance, I feel like it actually unironically did not receive a final balancing pass at all. And as a result, the game in its 1.0 state is very, very unconcerned with things being too weak or too strong. Because a lot of stuff, and I mean a lot of stuff, is obviously too strong or obviously too weak. And then over the past 5 patches, they have just smoothed off the most razor edge of the knife point and sharpened some of the more blunt ones to bring it from 9-1 matchups all the way around to 8-2. But
yeah, it feels as if the existing framework of it's allowed to be too hard, you can call for help if you want it,
yeah,
has been like that's cemented, and that still exists. But within that, there's enough people that are like, yeah, I'm probably still not going to do that. And then it's like, okay, well then within what is not following that pathway, there's that's the likelihood of you tripping up across a busted weapon or build of some kind
extraordinarily high.
Extraordinarily high.
Like, you don't do something like put Moonveil or the Blasphemous Blade. You have the ability to unlock Blasphemous Blade now because you killed Rykart, but you won't be able to use it because it's fire. Sorry.
Oh, that's what his soul gives, right?
Yeah. The Blasphemous Blade is the Faith's completely busted nonsense.
Okay. Was it the vampire sword?
It is the vampire sword. Anything that dies in your vicinity heals you, and it does like a massive it does like a power geyser that goes like 100 feet and knocks down everything. And does tons of damage. It's so busted. You don't put something like that, or the Bloodhound Step or Azure's Comet into a game when you're worried about them being too strong. Like, they're too strong. They're obviously too strong, but they're fucking fun to use.
Yeah, it makes me.
That's it.
I'm very curious, like, if this like patch game will continue long term, or if it'll just stop. They'll drop some
It's
DLC and
done.
then kind of call it.
I feel it. I feel it. The distance in between the last two patches was much longer, and there weren't any balance changes on the last one.
Okay.
So until DLC, it feels like we're done.
This is what they wanted. Okay. This is.
I am still
vision.
just sitting here, just wondering in my heart of hearts, because it's always been the thing of like, where's the DLC, not in terms of location but in terms of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Artorias was obviously supposed to be the last thing that you did, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's Manus is a fuck and all that stuff, and the Dark Souls 2 stuff was obviously supposed to be the last thing you did because it was super, super tough, right? How much of a power move would it be for Elden Ring to come out and go, here's the new 30-hour DLC campaign that's a whole new continent or whatever
It's a new peninsula.
And you reach it post-capital.
Yeah.
like what?
Yeah.
People have been playing for months and they haven't even seen the capital.
I mean, in Souls, it would be, 3 new areas and 4 new bosses.
Yeah, no, it would literally be 3 new areas, and they would each be visually and mechanically different, and 5 bosses.
So this would have to be a new fucking continent. Yeah.
Yeah, so the DLC situation for Elden Ring is in the situation of like, oh, cool, I hope they add a DLC pack that costs $12 that is larger than the entirety of Dark Souls 1. Like what? like what? Like
right. Yeah, that's insane.
Like they could just put it underground.
It would be fun.
Tons of room under there.
Never gonna happen, but it would be fun to see something officially put out that was like, here is our like actual in-universe item randomizer, where like a chaos path leads to something that lets you have a full remix of the experience.
I wish. The randomizer that they're working on, I'm not sure if it's out yet, for the Elden Ring, is like really, really wild because it also randomizes all the bosses, and you'll get stuff, and what you'll get is the first name of so almost every boss in the game is blah 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 blah, and so the location will actually denote the second half.
Okay.
So you'll get stuff like Radon the Fell Omen in front of Stormvale.
Okay. That's funny.
And
yeah, I think an in-game official randomizer that just made sure that all key items were where they needed to be would be a fun thing to throw in there.
So, like, man, this is perfect because you are the perfect person for me to ask this question, because a built-in randomizer in a game is an incredibly rare feature. I can only think of one game ever that ever had it, and it was Resident Evil 2 for the N64 had a version that would auto-randomize the item placement. Randomizers seem like hell to test.
Yeah. The thing you would do is you would create a wide variable test matrix that is essentially like, your promise would be, we are going to do multiple runs. We'll give you a number, X runs over X periods of time. And in that process, we'll see if anything goes wrong just based on the randomization. It will not be a guarantee that there won't be anything wrong, but due to the impossibility of approaching every single solution or every single variability here, the moment a randomized element gets introduced into QA, you have to then put limitations on your test scope. So perfect example for this is when we had to, and we're going to be talking about QA a little bit more today as well. But a really standout example for me is when I had to create a plan for how the test cases were going to go for Scribblenauts. If you've ever played
Yeah, I
Scribblenauts,
remember. Yeah,
that
no.
fucking
Okay.
game it's a fun little thing where you write words and you can create infinite solutions to solve problems based on whatever words you can think of to create objects in the game that might just solve it. Um, it's impossible. It's impossible to do the full scope. Um, and if you have a studio that is promising they will do the full scope, then they're lying to you. But you have to just take it and go like, all right, we'll test the rest of the game normally, but this randomizer element we'll have to do a solid number of playthroughs and hit the credits, make sure that you can, and just, if we can go from top to bottom and run into no randomizing issues over the course of God knows how many, like, whatever, 100 runs through, then that's the best we're giving you. It's not, and
Yeah.
there might still be other things that can occur, but this is the best use of our time, and that's the best certainty you can have towards this feature. And if there's anything you can do on the back end to like unrandomize a key location, unrandomize a door opening, item or something like that, the
We'd
discs
appreciate it.
so the discs to open up the fucking lifts should not be randomized.
Yeah.
As long as you sort those out, then it should be okay.
Yeah, so it reminds me of the discussion, the Hello Games, I think it is. They made No Man's Sky. They talked about, like, well, how do you bug test 1 trillion planets, right? And the answer was we made robots. Like, they made AI routines that would go to planets and scan them and try and recognize, like, obviously destroyed geometry or whatnot, and just ran them for like a year. And then the game came out and, like, hey, guess what? Tons of planets are burnt and fucked.
Yeah.
Because there's no way, like, come on.
I'm not going to say that AI QA is at a place where that's effective just yet. Certainly, maybe some tools that could help someone identify something. Sure. If there's a way to, do some sort of collision or Z-fighting recognition, then perhaps. But, like, if you're just using that for the majority of your test, then, like, no, that's not going to work. You need eyeballs. But yeah, for a randomizer, I think that would be the case. And then, you know what? Let's say you got to a point where they were like, okay, we're fairly certain this is going to be fine, but there's always a chance that it's not. Then that would be a point where the game can just be like, hey, guys, if you're doing randomized mode, warning, it's kind of crazy.
Shit may break.
Shit might be wild. Shit might break. Shit might have, and if it does, maybe here's a little undo button to, remix or reseed that area next time you load it up and just go, oh, change the randomizer. The current one I got is bad,
Let me, because I'm going to look up the randomizer for Elden Ring and see if there is an item, like, description. Key item randomization is supported. Okay, so that's interesting. So the Elden Ring randomizer on the Nexus has 2 variations, or actually has multiple variations. Do you want items? Do you want enemies? Do you want key items? So you could run it enemies and most items, but not key items. So the key items would all be in their proper locations, regardless of what is there to meet you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which would solve that problem. These file cannot hook them as a result. Or more options, go offline, automatic mod engine, manual mod, setup, you'd select options.
I mean, key items randomized is that's just like pure chaotic evil. That's just, there's no...
Yeah, no. Well, it means you must now go scrape every single fucking everything. Means that in the key item randomizer of Elden Ring, if that works as I would assume, it means they might have, like, the key item to open up the door in the capital in one of those little skulls on the side of the road that has a tiny soul in it.
Yeah. No, it means that like the one person that beats that is going to be known, and as it'll be a news story when they crack it on Twitch. The first full true
Yeah.
key item randomizer has been defeated, you know? Like yeah, that's absolute
You know,
horseshit. Oh, see that little
I
fucking bird over there that flew away from
yeah,
you?
no, that's the key to the final door. Yeah.
There it goes.
I think I brought it up before, but have you ever gotten like your eyes on the Super Metroid Link to the Past randomizer?
Oh, you told me about this a while ago. Yeah.
Um, I just wanted to know if you had seen it,
I hadn't seen it. I
because
was just thinking of what you said.
watching it is the most like schizophrenic, confusing fucking thing in the world. I don't know how anybody can manage to brain it.
Hmm.
For those of you who don't know, it is a randomizer that randomizes all the items in Super Metroid and and Link to the Past, and then jams the two games together so that when you walk through a door as Samus into a new room, you may enter into a random room in A Link to the Past Hyrule and have to pick up like missile upgrades in like Hyrule Castle and the hook shot in like the bottom of Zeb. It's the fucking weirdest goddamn thing in the world.
And if you want to get, I'm just going back to the idea of the randomizer too. Like, if you want to get really fucking chaotic, what if some key items are locked inside of NPCs who must now be killed?
Yeah, who knows? Right? If you kill Boggart, you get two punch weapons. What if instead of the punch weapons, it was the smithing bell for the final upgrade? How would you know before doing it?
Did that turtle just drop Blythe's set? The entire set? What? Yeah, yeah. It's you have to be able to be willing to embrace that chaotic energy, and I feel like if FromSoft was like leaning into some of the fan shit, they would have done something like this already by now.
So now that I do have a couple more general questions for you about Ring, if that's all right with you. I'm fascinated because you've gotten into so much, so you have a good basis to answer a lot of these. It really feels. Sorry, after you.
Okay, can you hold that thought? Because I suddenly have to really use the bathroom.
No worries. I can
right,
hold that thought all day.
BRB. Right. So I'm deep in there.
You're deep in that toilet. You're in there. Now that you spent a lot of time in there. No, but for real, do you feel that the description of Elden Ring as like Dark Souls 4, 5, and 6 to hold merit? Like I felt around the point that I got to where I was at with your playthrough, I was like, I feel like every single trick, every single idea, every single type of level, every single type of boss that I have ever seen, going all the way back to Demon Souls, has in some way been represented here.
Mm-hmm.
Has in some way been remixed or redone or referenced.
Yep. I feel like that is, in terms of like the feeling of a giant amount of Souls-like game to play, that is the feeling. Yeah, it feels like you're getting that 3-in-1. The 4, 5, 6 thing makes sense in that way. All the references are just, wearing it all over their sleeves, and even walking into the mountaintop of the giants and then reading about like the lore there, you're like, oh, even the lore is referencing like DS2.
So the weirdest part about that is all the stuff with the giant. Like it's taking what I'm going to call a Dark Souls idea, right? So let's talk about fire, right? Fire is a primal force in Elden Ring in the same way that it's a primal force in Dark Souls, right? But where in Dark Souls, where flame is good and it lightens things up and it gives people power, they take the same kind of fire worship and twist it into like this gross yellow fucking thing. This awful fucking shit.
I have yet to kind of fully understand exactly what's happening with frenzy and the three fingers and all that shit, but are you referring to like frenzy and the
I'm referring to
yeah.
the yellow flame. Yeah,
the yellow
it's like
flame.
it
Yes.
sucks.
They
took the idea of fire as a primal force,
mm-hmm.
a mythical primal force, and turned it like dirty.
And then
like gross.
And then you get to meet like the contender that like the protagonist that would have been, your Dark Souls man, your chosen undead. And
you mean the guy who looks like a Dark Souls man?
Yeah, Vike. And it's just like, and he didn't fucking make it. Went nuts, went that way, fell. I didn't know that is interesting. And yeah,
like you look at the title art of Elden Ring, and it's like Vike in almost the same position as the Soul of Cinder is in the Dark Souls 3 box art.
Is it?
Yeah, dude, they look very similar. The only difference is orange versus blue.
I really liked the detail. Like, okay, so for me, like some of the best line readings in the game so far have been Celavis and now Shabriri. Like,
Shabriri's great.
That is such a great instant characterization of like this dude who's like, hey, the lore says he's the most hated man, right? We're calling him Stinkmeaner in our playthrough because he's just, everyone hates that fucker.
He's the most reviled person to have ever lived.
And you meet him and he's just like, but don't you think that it would be sad that your maiden has to be sacrificed? Like, doesn't that suck? Don't you like? And it's a very like reasonable thing about like, hey, did anyone ask how she felt about what's happening? And you're like, oh, that's interesting. Okay, I'm listening to what you're saying. And like, before you can get out of that same dialogue prompt, it's like, so that's why you should consider going the other way with it and may chaos take the world. Like, he can't hold it back. It's bubbling at the throat, and it's just like before the conversation's done, he can't. But the front of like, excuse me, sir, do you have a moment of your day to hear about the good word. Here's some reading material you can check out. Like before you walk away, he can't hold it in. You know.
It's like Wooly. Okay, so like yeah, no, that's it. Like, what's the deal with the flame? The flame is a worshipped primal force by a bunch of people who are like, man, things are bad. You know what would be better? If we just burned it all down.
Yeah, just perfect representation of that immediately.
Like, it's great.
Reanimating the body of someone that you liked too, you know?
But it does all sorts of wonderful little remixes like that. You're like, oh, dragons. I fought a lot of dragons in Dark Souls. The older, the older, and the more covered with rocks, the stronger. And then the Lansax or whichever the fuck one is that you fight underground.
Fortisax, yeah.
Fortisax shows up, and the first thing he does is grab a goddamn lightning bolt out of the sky and throw it at you. After many, many, many years of you going, yeah, good, dragon, lightning.
Shoot the yeah. They do it does the reverse of the intro at you, totally. That stuff is no, they're having fun with those references. There's a bunch of Smogs just standing around as units on the map, you know. I mean, just yeah, no pretending, and well, not just the prelates, but also I would say the Godskin nobles too, you know.
Yeah.
With the big
I got
fat drop.
through the whole game without fully understanding what the deal with the Godskins are.
As in, like what?
Still, like what their deal is. Who are they? I'm still not super sure.
I mean,
they don't like divine beings. That's fairly clear.
Well, so based on our little lore hunting that we do, we were able to piece together that they are those who worshipped Destined Death or the Rune of Death before Malekith came along and said "fuck you," and they probably didn't like that very much. And then the other thing being that they've got their weapons, which are, because they're using the Rune of Death, able to actually slay and carve the skin of gods, which is super fucked up. And if you're and my theorizing was that if you're the only one around that can do that, because you can kill something that otherwise shouldn't die, of course you're gonna flex and wear its skin and be like, yeah, look at me, motherfucker, this is what I can do, and just be insane Buffalo Bill with it. You know, you know, I mean, we're waiting to find out more and such, but as it seems, that's what their you know service is towards, and as a result, the monks are from that area are also part of that same group. And then it says it makes reference to the fact that they serve the Rune of Death and thus the Gloam-eyed Queen and so on.
Yeah, which who the fuck?
We'll have.
Well, there's constant and consistent references to a variety of what I'm going to call extraterrestrial deities. Not in that they're
outer
aliens,
gods.
but outer gods that are not around. The Blood God, the Gloam-eyed Queen, the you know all the whole outer gang. Which
the fun
feels like that would be the DLC roster.
The fun I'm also seeing in this is that like the whole we talked about like all these different status elements. You got the rot, you got the frost, and whatever. And then like you're like, whenever we run out, we can just start fucking combining them. Here's flame blood. Here's ice lightning, right?
Yeah, why not?
You could just throw any two words together and create a new type of element, and a new ailment in that matter. So that shit is just happening as well and making me wonder, like, how many more combos are they going to start fucking around with?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Ice lightning's probably the most interesting one by far. Or it's like, here's what lightning's like. Really? I don't know. Figure it out. Can you do an ice thing? Yeah? Well, try and do an ice thing that looks like lightning. Okay.
Okay, will the weapon, when it's buffed, do lightning damage or ice damage?
I don't know.
Pick one.
Whatever. What do you think?
Go to your status change. See what it looks like. Um, yeah, it's definitely though like while like that DS 4, 5, and 6 thing aside though, there's an overall feeling of like, but it's also strongly trying to do its own thing in terms of um like riding around with your horse is just a different game, man. You know,
Oh yeah,
like it's just not the same
it's a whole
thing.
thing. The a lot of the easy mode stuff fell away because Elden Ring, unlike Dark Souls, allows you to actually disengage from problems. Hey, I don't know how to beat this right now. Okay, leave. Right? In a Dark Souls game, at some point, you would hit the point where you're like, well, I can go fight this guy or this guy or this guy. Right? And that's my only options, and I can't beat any of them. Whereas here, it's like, well, Godric's really beating my ass. So, turns out there's 1,000,000 other places I could go instead.
This is something interesting that popped up last time too. That I'll say is the discovery of abilities, because you're talking about like the vampire abilities, right? The discovery of shit that is really strong, and hyper contextual. So I tried out the vampire rune that you get for whose was it? I forget whose rune, but um, the Rykard's. Yeah, you put on Rykard's rune.
Yeah, Rykard's rune. Yeah.
And then you can now vampire from enemies, and then you can put on the talisman as well, and they stack with each other. So you're getting
and same thing with the blade.
all of that together, right? So without the blade, just using the stack with the rune on it, you are healing solid amounts after everything dies, and that is really, really useful to have as long as you're in a legacy dungeon. The moment you're back out on the map, it's pointless.
Oh yeah, why would you need it at all?
Who cares? Sips come back every 2 seconds. When
hey
you
man,
kill
you want to talk about balancing? Here's a balancing problem. Godric's rune, it's the best one.
It ends up paying dividends towards the end.
Yeah, so you know how Radahn's rune gives you more health?
Yeah.
Yeah, Godric's gives you more health because 5 Vit is more than the health that you would get from Radahn's rune, and it gives you 35 other levels on top of that.
See, what I was told was that, though, those 5 levels start to mean way less as you get way and way higher up, so that by the end of the game, the diminishing returns on the other stuff is not as worth it.
100%. It is the best one all the way up until you hit caps for every ability.
Okay, yes. Once you're at caps.
But like at that point, you're at cap for everything. So like,
because I was rocking a Source Seal, I decided to. I was trying him out, and I switched, and I think my preference landed on Morgoth's because of how fucking huge the life buff is. Like,
yeah,
I'm a little bit soft, but like, and I have, I'm wearing something a little bit sturdier for armor now. But like, in exchange, I'm gonna just put my life bar to half the fucking screen.
Yeah, that's nice. The Source Seal is another one of those things that's like, the Source Seal gives you extra health, and the math on it is the same as Prisoner's Chain in Dark Souls 3, where it's like, if you're using any of the stats that this increases, which of course you are because one of them is health, put it on. There's no reason not to put it on. And that's kind of a bummer that like it's like not like a perfect, like a locked slot like FAP used to be in some of the games. Or it's like, why would you ever not wear FAP? Ever.
I've been looking back and forth at the Source Seal as I'm trading off the damage for the amounts, and I'm not at cap yet in certain things, so I'm just like, yeah, no, it's still beneficial. It's still helping. I'm not opposed to switching off once the returns diminish, so to speak. But yeah.
I think we're going to see another balance pass when the DLC comes out, because the DLC weapons are all going to be super fucked. I fully expect there to be a katana that does rot at some point.
Oh god, I mean, the weapons that do rot are so far and few in between, and the one that was there
Yeah.
was fucking broken. Like, I think it's like two things, and like one of them with the rapier, just like you upgrade it past 5, and then it just stops doing rot. This is why it
Yeah,
was.
no, those all got fixed. But like the rapier's nuts because like you don't need. Why would you use it for damage? You just put it on and poke them 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you switch to what you really want, and then you. But like yeah, no, like fucking Rivers of Rot will be coming. Like there's a Rivers of Blood katana, which is the bleed katana everybody memes on because
Okay.
it's a super powerful katana that also does super high bleed, so it just eats everything.
Okay.
And it's like, well, there's no rot equivalent, there's no ice equivalent of that weapon. So look forward to that.
Well, so and that's where in like some things where I'm like in a PvP context, which I know nothing about. I'm looking at like the Moog rune, and it's like, oh, this must just be a PvP annihilator because you have these things like debuffs and bleeds and rot and such, and like when they're on, you get buffed by putting it on people. So like the fact that you can build a build that is like it's not quite vampire, but it's the moment I make you weaker, I get extra strong, so this whole thing just becomes insane. Like that's checkmate at that point. That shit's nuts. But for again, very contextual use. Yeah, so Elden Ring continues, and it feels like we're getting there.
It's good. You are definitely entering into like the end of the game. Like you definitely still have a way to go and some roadblocks to encounter, but you're in what I would call the final stretch. Basically, as soon as you see snow, it's like, yeah, I'm doing it. Well, unfortunately, and is that like the final stretch, like you've been out in the snow, you've been in the open world in
Oh
those
yeah, the
areas.
Zamor Knights are telling me where I'm at in this game.
It's like you finally have context for what I was telling you. If like the instant you pass through those doors, like everybody's numbers get like doubled, like numerically, not their speed, not their move sets.
Vulgar Militia is still absolutely fucking annoying, and when they do their Garank attack, that shit can kill you. Like it's happening. But the Zamor runes in particular, though, like just running.
Yeah, no,
into
that's
those
the one
dudes.
I always look back to, where I'm like, wow, they really didn't finish doing the numbers on this game because that area is out of place. It's just legitimately was not tuned to its own area.
And this dude's wild, and there's like 10 of them. Go nuts. Anyways, so yeah, that is continuing, of course. What else is going on? I this week also finally got to the point where I beat most of the unlocked levels in Vampire Survivors now.
Yeah.
Finally got that feel for like the build.
How's your Chibo look?
I kind of got stuck in not realizing that the next course of action I needed to do was like open up those coffins, and then once I opened up those coffins,
you gotta get those. You gotta get the mechanics, and then you gotta get the characters.
Once I did that, then everything started flowing, and like now I can complete runs, and I even got to a point where I got a run that was good enough that I lasted 36 minutes.
Hey!
And 6 deaths came chasing me, and I was able to avoid them. And basically, I was at a point where felt like I could just keep going.
So you're at the point where if you get all the perfect synergies, you can do that. There's a later point after the next batch of mechanical upgrades, at which point where you'll put your controller down and then come back and decide when you want to quit.
You're right. Okay. Yeah. And that is so I guess I'm like, I still have to find the secret of what it takes to beat them, but at the moment it's clearly not just standing there and doing damage.
No, they have stupid ass health pools.
But that's fun to take the next step of progress and unlock the next set of characters whose sprites have all been changed and updated, by the
Yeah,
way.
that almost every sprite in the game for all the weapons and all the characters have all been upgraded.
Yeah, just looks. I mean, it still looks like a Castlevania like sprite rip, but it's doing its own thing a bit more now.
Yeah,
Um,
they've the recent update added a thing where if you unlock 100 items in the collection, you get what's called a mystery disguise, and what that is allows you to play as the gender swapped version of any character.
oh, okay, cool. Um, yeah, and I also unlocked the combo screen that lets you see which two items lead to a third one, and
Hey, guess what? That was added Thursday.
okay, yeah, and I'm looking at it, and I'm still a bit confused by a bunch of what I'm looking at there, because I'm like, is this? I
Yeah, because
guess
it probably has a bunch of weapons you've never seen.
exactly, and it has stuff. It has that stuff I've never seen, and it has a lot of question marks on it that I don't have. So I'm like, this is not as helpful for me probably for the next couple hours until I get these things.
Yeah, so the way it's going to work is you're going to do some kind of challenge so the achievement list is actually like your guide. Like when you go into the unlocks bar on the right and it shows like you would unlock question mark by reaching X with X. So you do that and then you unlock a character that has a unique weapon. And then the way to unlock the unique weapon for use by everybody is to get that character to level 100 in a thing. And
Okay.
then after that, it would be use that unique weapon on said stage or whatever to minute 31, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the achievements that are leading to more shit have been, yeah, use a survivor for an X period of time and unlock level 2 transformation of an ability, and then by doing those two things, you should usually get something else big unlocked. Um, so I understand that there's a bunch of secret characters as well with secret
There,
unlocking requirements that I guess I haven't seen or
I
done yet.
I have. There are 4 secret characters. Um, 2 have incredibly clear unlock conditions, which is when I say secret, I mean like deep ass secret.
Hmm.
There's a bunch of characters that you would unlock by getting going so here and whatever. There's a couple that are like, okay, kill them, find them as a boss and kill them. They're unlocked, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple that are like the one that like I've been trying and I really can't get is kill this type of enemy, and if you do, that there is a 10% chance that a dog will appear on the screen for 10 frames, and then you have to hit control end on your keyboard before it leaves the screen, and then you'll unlock it. And I'm like, come on, man.
Jesus Christ.
Give me a fucking break.
Yeah.
Like,
Um. Yeah. No. Seems like there's a bunch of shit to learn here. I haven't seen the proper metas yet. I'm just I'm feeling it out. But that's a fucking that it's interesting how this time waster is um evolving. You know.
it's so every time they update, so when you get to the end of the progression, and I mean end of the progression, right, where you have actually maxed out the achievements and you have unlocked everything possible on the unlock screen, so your characters are starting off like super buff,
Mm-hmm.
like from step 1, and you're playing on hurry mode, hurry.
Hyper.
God, there's 2. There's hurry hyper mode
Mm-hmm.
on all the stages and all this, and you're like, man, the fuck is he gonna what are you gonna do to the like what is there left to do? And then the new update rolls out and the answer is new mechanic or new type of character. So like the 0.62 update that was a couple weeks ago, right after you started playing, the answer was, what if when you're all completely maxed, there's still a way to make your character incrementally stronger by playing the stages at max power? And it's like, oh, okay. And what's this new one? It's like, oh, well, there's a new character, and there's a bunch of new cards to unlock that change how the mechanics work, yada yada. And it's like, wow.
Hmm.
So I don't know what 1.0 is going to look like. Like, I don't know what the goal is.
This is the most deceptively, um, like the way it starts versus the way it ends. There's so much happening actually in the game by the end of it, I guess.
Dude,
And from the start, when you just have that like 2-3 character select, and you're shooting one or two little types of weapons, and it's such a complete, like, the scope, the scope of what you're introduced to versus what you end with is unbelievably different. You know,
I've said it before, and it's streaming that game creates like what I'm going to call the Mega Man X Super Nintendo experience, where you hit minute 29 and you're doing well, and your own head is macro blocking into a blur of nonsense, or you've totally frozen in place. The screen is a fucking miserable soup of nothing. The sound is becoming distorted. The game can't keep up with itself, and like you're the it's like physically sluggish to move, and it's actually falling apart as you play it. And then you hit minute 30.1, and your frame rate just goes
pop
to the moon,
Yeah.
and the stream goes clear, and the
Everything's good.
movement gets super smooth, and then you die.
I haven't seen what that has looked like when the bitrate monster comes to it, but I must assume it's a nightmarish streaming experience.
I completely freeze, and then everything around me starts to get blurry, and then it starts to turn into soup.
Okay.
Because like it just can't handle it. Yeah, that game's incredible. Like it is my favorite slot machine.
Yep.
Like Vampire Survivors is my favorite slot machine, and it is inspiring. I'm at 118 out of 120 achievements. I just need to unlock the new guy with the little hat, which is always the most annoying part, because they'll put out the thing, and the thing says kill 6,000 stage killers to unlock this character, and I go, what's a stage killer? Don't know what that is. So you got to go down to the Reddit and be like, what enemy is a stage killer? And they go, well, it's the enemies that show up at 25 minutes on stage 5.
Yeah, I went for a while before I felt like I needed to go jump online to figure out what was going on. And the moment I did was when I unlocked that the witch that uses the cats. And then, like, I see the cats running around. I'm like, oh, cool, new weapon. And then the cats don't do anything. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening here?
Well, the cats do something. It's just that they combine with certain passives and don't combine with other passives.
I went and I looked up how the cats work, and I hate it. I'm like, this is super not what I want.
Oh, get ready until you fucking figure out how the fucking drill works. That thing sucks.
I mean, I'm waiting to just catch it. Like, actually, the cats at max level are unstoppable, and I'm like, yeah, sure. But boy, that initial like moment. Hey,
I have a pro tip. All of them at max level are unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
Every weapon in that game at max level, like with the right passives, is completely busted.
As it probably should be. So yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, like what I was saying, but I forgot. It's like Vampire Survivors' incredible success is inspiring a bunch of, like, let's say, medium effort clones that are all excellent in their own right.
Oh, because you mentioned last time, yeah.
It's a really simple concept that you just have to nail a couple things. There's one called 20 Minutes Till Dawn, which is Vampire Survivors with the ability to fire a weapon yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, it's Vampire Survivors. People are saying something called Hollow Cure, which I am now going to look up right now.
Okay.
Because I don't know what it is.
I feel like I don't want to see any of these other ones until I'm done with this one, or feel done with this one.
You're not. Free HoloLive VTuber game?
Oh, HoloCure. It's literally HoloLive. Okay. So
Oh,
it's
that's Vampire Survivors right there.
so it's these are games that are then just made for VTubers to do their thing, right?
Yeah, but people are saying here's the problem. People are saying, "Wow, it's actually really good."
Mm-hmm. So like
Oh my
between
God.
this and like Bennett Foddy and stuff, like I guess you're just when you ask Twitter like, "Hey, what's going on?" People are just giving you VTuber games to play. Is that what's happening? Because I'm not
I
aware of
don't.
what VTuber game categories consist of.
Well, VTuber game category is pretty much anything, right?
But there's stuff that becomes particularly trendy against a number of VTubers. I
Yeah.
would assume.
Oh, look, here's Project Lazarus, which is Vampire Survivors made in the Unreal Engine.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Here's
yeah,
like it's a whole genre.
yeah.
And you
That
know,
it's
God
easy.
damn it, I just looked at Project Lazarus, and it's like an Unreal Engine looking StarCraft thing. And do you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing the emotion I felt when I had 500 photon cannons and the Zerg hit the wall. Do you remember that emotion?
Yeah.
That
Okay.
really
Yeah.
specific. Ooh, oh, they're all gonna hit the. Ooh, they're gonna blow up.
The Protoss rush. Um, I
Adding that to the wish list.
yeah, but I again I until I'm feeling satisfied with this one, I'll put it down and go look at another. You know, I'm putting one time waster on the shelf at a time, and then rotating
Yeah.
to the next.
What's interesting about Vampire Survivors in particular, it really does feel like the way I've been playing it is I max it out, and then you wait for a month,
Mm-hmm.
and then the update comes out, and then you completely blow through all the content that was in the update, which takes a couple days, and then put it back on the shelf for 3 weeks. And it has, in the time that I've been playing it, it has absolutely advanced its version number in a way that, like, oh no, there is definitive progress towards an end goal here. Like, it's gone from like 0.4 to 0.72 in the time that I've been playing, which is just a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a clear, like, you look at the devs Twitter, and it's like, well, I want to add 2 more weapons. I want to add a couple more characters. There's another mechanic that I have yet to introduce, and I want to add a couple more stages.
What it kind of ignites in me actually a little bit is especially when you're going through there's certain minutes where you're like, from this minute to this minute, fuck trying to do anything strategic, just survive.
Yeah, no, because you're like, well, if I move towards the upper left, I'll get the empty tome for free and add it to the 7th passive. And then I hit minute 8, and my fucking forward momentum is not going anywhere for 2 more minutes because minute 8 is a goddamn nightmare on almost every stage.
So that is where I'm like, oh, this is bullet hell again, right? Like where you get into there's where the game is now for a few minutes. It doesn't matter what you're doing offensively. It's just about finding the pocket and staying in the pocket wherever you can find it.
Yeah, because your power didn't ramp up alongside the stage.
You're not going to create the pocket anymore. You're too weak to create a pocket. Now you've got to just bullet hell.
Yeah.
That's the feeling
So
I get.
did we talk about what I've seen as the genre name for this new genre?
No.
Because you just mentioned bullet hell,
Mm-hmm.
right? The word I've been seeing tossed around is bullet heaven. Because
you are creating
the hell.
The hell, yeah. Okay. I like it. That's really good. It's not on rails, so that's a huge difference versus most shmups. But that's pretty good. That's fun. I'm gonna write that one down.
And it's like it's a way to, like, even though all these little spin-offs and clones, they're all obviously different in their own way. It's like, well, what are you trying to create here? You're trying to create the feeling of you are the bullet hell boss.
Mm-hmm. And everything else is just dealing with it. But you got to upgrade smartly and learning that is the real learning.
I salute
the
this
tree.
new genre that, like, most of its depth is a choice in a menu. It's almost like a turn-based game where you're just looking at garlic, the heart, and axes. And that's the gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
That's the real gameplay, is like,
Mm-hmm.
do I want garlic or axes right now?
Yeah. Kind of makes it's a. I was just thinking, like, if something came along beforehand, like that it was an existing property, like if Geometry Wars just decided to just
Yeah,
go all in and make it insane, like they could have landed on this first, certainly.
totally. It's fascinating because I was talking to somebody and they were telling me it's like they feel, and I can definitely understand this, that Vampire Survivors is a fake video game because it everything about its design tries to impart to you that you are getting better, but you're not. It's all statistical. It is absolutely all permanent upgrades and knowledge of what weapons evolve to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And you moving the character is almost a non-factor in your success.
It's not real. It's a time waster. But I've been given some insight that, like, I can appreciate a time waster if it feels good while I'm wasting my time. I have bandwidth for that. There is something, though, to be said about, like, picking the right character, going for the right type of build, not getting what you're looking for in, like, the first 5 levels, and then
Yeah.
improvising a new pathway just to see what happens, and then
Yeah.
discovering that becomes viable later.
So what sucks is that when you're chasing the updates, that's gone. Because let's take the recent update. The recent update added a Arcana card that is reach level 99 with Porta, which is like the 3rd character or 4th character, whatever. And you unlock a new card for the Arcana. So you start with Porta, and Porta starts with the Lightning Ring, right? So if I play for 6 levels, which is like, I don't know, like 2 minutes, and don't get the duplicator, I'm just gonna fucking start over because
Yeah.
because I need that to do it with this character.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it has to be this character because I'm trying to unlock something specifically. My choices are now highly limited because I actually want to. I know what it needs to do to beat this run, and it needs to be with this character, and it needs to be with this weapon. So if I'm getting things that aren't gonna fucking work it, I'm just gonna quit and do it over.
So one other thing is, I've just unlocked the last of the question marked levels in the level select. Is there do the updates add more levels, or is it
Oh,
always
how
just
many are how many levels are on your screen?
4 regular and then
That
3
yeah.
bonus?
No, there's another one.
Okay, all right, fine. Well, there you
There,
go.
there's another one that you would get by playing one of those secret levels halfway and fighting a boss.
Okay. Um.
Also, you've probably picked up on this, but if you want to unlock things or get money, play the library. It's the best stage.
Yes. Left or right? Just easy.
It's
Mhm.
and also empty tome on the left. So and that's the strongest passive. So
Right. So beyond that, which is very enjoyable. Yeah, I sat down, watched RRR again, just showing it to a friend. Still recommending that for those who haven't, over on Netflix. Just good old wacky time. I'm now in that phase of, like, watching it a second time. I'm like, okay, time to go fucking get this soundtrack and start listening to some of the music on it as well. That's pretty sick. And it turns out there's like 7 OSTs, and I'm like, oh god, I don't
What? Why?
I don't know how or why this movie. Like maybe this is something that happens with the way Bolly or Tollywood films are released or something. But like, yeah, it gets very confusing the moment you start looking up the music. But there's some super sick tracks that I'm happy to hear. And now that I've watched it in both languages as well, it's also
Oh
interesting
yeah.
because the music changes. Some songs change. Like obviously like they're re-recording them. So like yeah, the Hindi and Telugu versions, like you can listen to some tracks and be like, yeah, I want the Telugu version. This isn't. It's not the one I wanted, you know.
Yeah.
And like there's some that came out better than the dub originally, and I'm immediately getting a little bit dub elitist about the Telugu version because I'm like, I don't even two languages I don't know, but this one sounds a bit more authentic.
You are transcending weeaboo-ness into other Abu shit.
Natu
Like,
sounds better in the original version. It just does. You know?
like, are you like? I only watch Bollywood films in their original languages because I want the purest experience.
I don't know what to say except I heard it. I was like, oh, okay, and then I went and switched it back, and I went, oh no, but I like the way that one sounds a bit more, and that was it. You know.
No, I mean, you're right. Obviously, the original language is always going to be better. I mean, we talked about this ad nauseum. We watched Squid Game, and then I checked out some clips of English Squid Game, and I'm like, wow, I'm going to kill myself. This is horrible.
Also, and not to mention that, but like also in the Hindi version on Netflix, they like killed or just through translation, like got rid of like one of the really sick bits where right after a character like is having a pop off moment, they go into this like their like fuck you speech, which is all just them quoting Sanskrit scripture, and it's like in the original it kind of mentions that and you see it written into the subtitle versus here
well,
where
yeah,
it just
and you
becomes a
wouldn't bring
regular
that up
line.
in the English version because they're not actually quoting it because it's not the same. That's an untranslatable speech.
Yeah, so you know, just like that, 1 week in, and I'm already
I mean,
having a dubs fucking argument.
I will bring it up again as the like you'll never beat how insane my fucking father is. As I'm sitting here watching him watch a movie on a Saturday afternoon in German, a language he doesn't speak, with no subtitles, because he would rather barely understand what is happening than either put subtitles on or watch a dub.
Now,
Like,
yeah, it's madness. That's insanity. I feel like the next step, the only place to go after this is to when you go to some of the OSTs, they have like every different language version of it. So after going through Telugu and Hindi, there's also the Tamil, Kannada, and Malayalam versions as well to compare to, so you can pick your favorite out of 5 dubs.
This is barely related, but I have to tell you, I absolutely adore the very rare but very appreciated dub of a thing that is in English for multiple different countries. Here's the British version. Here's the American version. And I say this because you mentioned the Canadian version, which has happened on occasion. I remember the fucking there's Quebec Homer and there's French Homer, stuff like that, where it's like, man, that is so fucking fun to see. Like, it's ostensibly the same language. Let's see how they play it. Oh, it's weird. And that's why Peppa Pig almost killed all those Australian children in my favorite dubbing mishap ever, in which Peppa Pig being broadcast throughout the Commonwealth goes, "Well, you see, children, spiders may be scary, but a spider can't hurt you, so don't be scared of spiders," to all the Australian children. And then that fucking episode gets super banned because it will kill you. It will teach children to die.
Don't do it. Yep. Yeah, I mean, the thought of always goes towards the Quebecois versions of The Simpsons and you know, getting their own thing or instead of the France one, where
I still think Quebec Homer is, like, in some cases more real than American Homer.
But here's the thing, that was, to me, like, Quebec Homer was peak until I heard Quebec Boomhauer.
Yeah.
If you look up Quebec Boomhauer on Twitter, dude, oh my god.
Quebec Homer and Quebec Boomhauer really hit me deep in my soul because I'm like, I know that guy.
Yeah.
That's one of my dad's friends. I literally met him. His name is Rabbit. like
yeah. And like when the noises coming out make just enough sense that your brain can put the rest together.
To those of you who don't know what we mean by Quebec Homer, in Quebec, the Simpsons have their own dub, in that it is a Quebecois sounding Homer that is not the same as the French language dub you would get in France. And it is dead on true to the soul of Homer, in that I've totally known Quebec Homer. Mm-hmm. A bunch of my friends' dads were Quebec Homer to a T.
It's much more local, so it hits that much harder because it's not like the amount of people you're pulling this from is a much smaller number, therefore it sounds way more like them than it does for like a larger country, you know.
Yeah, because the U.S. is massive and accented and all over the place. And it's like, where's Springfield? Which Springfield is it? Is it Springfield, Illinois? Probably, but there's a bunch of Springfield.
Imagine a Simpsons or a King of the Hill dub that's your neighborhood.
Yeah.
You know, like your city specifically.
Hey, we got a guy in the chat that says Quebec Boomhauer sounds like he has brain damage. Yup.
Mm-hmm.
He does, because he smokes and he drinks too much.
Yeah.
Done.
Good times there. Just a quick observation. So, sat down and started rereading Berserk. I got through Deluxe Volume 1. So that's Volumes 1 to 3. And it's interesting revisiting after this time because I feel like when I read it and when I watched it were like actually spread apart, so I didn't quite notice the impact of some of the changes, and in my brain I feel as if like I didn't quite notice the difference between the impact of stopping the introduction to Guts at the snake fight, right? Episode 1, or going all the way up to the Behelit summon and the full Guardians of Desire arc, right?
It is a totally everything about the journey there. It's the same story, it's just told in a slightly different order, but like you're going through hundreds of pages of Black Swordsman, and then the big pop is open it up, full page, like distorted, no iris scream, Griffith, and then you go, who the fuck is Griffith? And which is totally different than the way that your show or movie would portray it.
And not just that, but like the feeling you get after the first episode of Berserk, I mean, again, talking about the old show, 97.
Not the new show.
No, when I say Berserk, I'm talking about 97. He comes into town, saves Puck, and then fucks up the evil monster lord. And you establish who this guy is and what he's like and his big edge. And then you see him taking pleasure in murdering and stabbing and doing all the crazy shit that he does. But it creates a very different energy when the end of that episode is basically like he continues being the flawless badass and he walks into the credits, and next episode we cut to the childhood. Golden Age begins.
Yeah.
Right? That's a very different established protagonist versus the end of the Guardians of Desire arc, where by the time the God Hand pops up and the Count is meat on the ground, and like you've seen Guts fail and suck and bleed and suffer and kind of just like bullshit his way through a couple of fights in a way that's like,
he's not an unflappable badass. You get to the end of the very first arc and he's basically torn to shit.
Yeah, that's a huge difference establishing the character, because that chapter 1 guy goes on to continue being that chapter 1 guy in situations where you're like, oh, but that confidence becomes because you're always gonna figure it out, right? And it's like, here's him almost not really figuring it out. Here's him basically being saved by Puck. Here's him kind of being like, I don't fucking care. And it's like, yeah, well, that is gonna get you killed,
Guts's early appearance and like particularly like his 1989 edgemanness of giant guy with big sword that cuts the demon in half and has the arm and they shoot the right. You're like, he's a stereotypical edgelord, right? Like a fucking Punisher in the future, middle whatever, right? And then you go through a couple pages and you're like, oh, cool, he's going to fight the big demon. He's going to cut him in half. And then you're a couple more pages and you're like, he's missing a couple fingers and his face is almost cut off and he's shitting his pants and he's crying and vomiting on himself. And you're like, oh, wow, he's really outclassed by his own story.
That's what I was gonna say, is that like when you're establishing the future badass, how did we get here? It's very different when you cut away from the flashback on his back and the burning carnage around him, unflappable, is a very different moment to cut away versus limping on one leg, arm broken, and crying because of the girl that just lost everything behind him.
Yeah.
In the most traumatizing way possible, and literally just barely making it out of there is such a different moment to be like, oh, how did you grow up? What happened? And then you cut to it, Yeah, that is as much as I love that show, there's a huge tonal difference there. On the revisit. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep going back through it and
it's good.
See where
it's also weird to go back to early Berserk because it's like, I was a little wee baby when this page was drawn.
Mm-hmm. And not to mention that whole speech with the fucking the miasma of souls that you get lost in. You just an endless swirl of dark souls is one of those only.
And you're like,
yep, only in the count.
You're
part.
Like,
mm-hmm. Bolded, underlined, zoomed in. Yeah, so
it's like, I remember when Dark Souls came out and Demon Souls came out, there were like 10 different conflicting stories of how the name got thought up. And then I'm rereading Berserk and I'm like,
yeah. But then you also just like look at even just like how
anything.
Yeah, look at anything. Look at the intro to DS2. Look at the bath messengers. Like, just everything and anything all over the place is just there's no pretending whatsoever. And I'm glad that they wear that pride on their sleeve because
It's always been the most frustrating thing where people are like, "Wow, when is From Software gonna make a Berserk game? Like they've made 5."
Yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah.
Even Sekiro.
In like the monsters,
the fucking assassins from the fucking fake India. Like all you need to do is mentally place yourself one country over, and you can immediately see how Sekiro would be that version of the.
Yeah. No, and it's cool that like so because Berserk is like we're seeing the results of its influence in this way. There was a time when if you were in Japan, you were seeing the results of Fist of the North Star. You know,
Yeah.
when Bronson made like when that showed up, and then suddenly Jonathan Joestar just looks like he does, and you're like, we're not even pretending. We're not gonna pretend. It's that guy. It's that guy. You fucking want Kenshiro? He's British Kenshiro. Fine. Okay. Yeah, and then you got to see over the years like all the different things that took from Fist of the North Star in that way, and it's like, yeah, so Berserker's a little bit later down the timeline, and now we get to see where all that comes from, and it's a flawless source. So by all means, everyone gets super hype every time you make a game, and you're like, hey guys, we just made Berserk again, and no one's mad at it. Everyone's super happy that you did. Yeah.
It's just a yeah, like arms up, just like it's gonna be. Oh, we did it! Yay!
You read the sword.
You did it.
You read the description on the sword for like the 8th time, and you just slab of iron.
It's too big. You couldn't call it a sword. I said it.
He said the words too big. Can't swing it. Anyway, so that's a fun reread. Yeah, Elden Ring and Mass Effect continue over on Woolly Versus. Come join us if you'd like to tune in for fun stuff. Red Shepherd's shenanigans are absolutely reaching ahead, having a good time, as the absolute dedication to betting everything that moves is revealing parts of this game that I had never seen. Actually, it's quite fun. I'd say this: Persona hurts you way more when you try to be a little sneaky with your relationships than this game does.
That's true.
If you try to be a player and maximize your opportunities, you don't get as blasted in this as.
Well, yeah, but that's because in Persona you're able to get farther than you are in Mass Effect when you're trying to play your options. Mass Effect will actually lock you down.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
but Persona will just let you be the perfect storm of super MRA resistant gonorrhea if you want to.
But then the massacre, the Valentine's Day massacre occurs, and you're left with a smoldering crater of your choices. Whereas in Mass Effect, like after it's all said and done, there's just this little weird, like Liara, like being like, "Well, I'm glad you picked me," and it's like that's not what happened, but okay, you know.
It's what happened within the choices that were available to you in the context of the game.
But it makes me wonder if that was a moment that could have been you lose them both by being stupid was too harsh of a penalty for people that were like trying to do
that. No, man. BioWare romances are like the most like binary state ever. It's like say 4 nice things to a girl. If you let her touch the dick, you are married now.
Okay. I was looking at it and just wondering. I'm like, did they have this like be a consolation prize because they knew that like some fuckers were gonna go for it and then it's going to blow up, and then they're going to get really sad that now they lose everything, and so they want to give you an out and be like, here you go. Yeah. You still get something.
The only game I can think of that does that is The Witcher 3. Witcher 3 actively, strongly punishes you for trying to get the just try everything.
Okay, okay.
It will fuck you over if you don't actually make a real decision.
Try to get the polycule
Uh,
going.
Before we go into my week, I'm gonna need a quick break. I'm
Okay.
gonna need a quick bathroom break, so I will be back.
Cool. So, yes, if you would like to tune in, you can check out Elden Ring and Mass Effect over on Wooly Versus this week. Going to resume. Thursday is not going to be a regular day. I'm going to have a special event on Thursday. Still, I'm not able to announce it. It's getting real close, but a special event will be happening on Thursday. So, in the evening, stay tuned, and that's going to be the schedule, as well as I think DNF drops, right? So
That's it.
I think DNF is about to drop as well for Saturday. So yeah, stay tuned for special event Thursday, and then get into fighting games on Saturday. So yeah, that's Wooly Versus. How about you?
So you have been doing the LP game for a while, but it's not just limited to that. You know what's a great situation, Wooly, where you're playing a game and you're having a fun time, and the game's reaching its natural climax, and the story is coming to a crescendo, and it's all coming together, and there's the specialty level where you play as a different character, and you're like, wow. And then it's like, oh, we're going to go fight the final boss. And you've been doing it for 4 or 5 hours. You're like, yeah, I'm ready to fight the final boss. And then it drops you into the largest level you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, here's your final big level that's like 2 hours long.
Mm-hmm,
and you're like,
mm-hmm.
God fucking damn it.
But right before it dropped you there, you spent half an hour walking around town saying goodbye to everybody while the music sang, "This is where we say farewell."
Yeah. So I'm talking about Bioshock 2 and my experience the other day. I will say, yeah, I think Bioshock 2 is like substantially better than Bioshock 1, except for the part where it's not as unique. I saw a lot of people going like, hey, why did you think this game didn't get nearly as good of reviews and people didn't talk about it that much? And it's like, because it's not as unique. You went to Rapture again. Rapture being a new place was the coolest thing. And then going to Rapture again was not necessarily the coolest thing. But Bioshock 2 builds up. You're gonna find the final boss, just like Ed. Oh, you're gonna do it. There's a huge action sequence. You fight a bunch of bosses in a row. Bobbity bobbity boo. And then all of a sudden, I'm like it's down to the point where I'm sitting there and I open up the map of what I thought was the final level, and it is a hallway. Right? So Bioshock levels are these large, multi-room, multi-level hall areas that you would explore. And then I open up the level and I'm like, I'm going to find the final boss. And it's a hallway that dead ends in a square.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, here we go. No. And it's like, I'm not saying that I'm upset that the game has more length or value. It doesn't feel the way Bioshock 1 did, where you get to the end of Bioshock 1 and you're like, wow, I wish this level just didn't fucking exist at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, I thought I was going to do the thing, and I was gonna reach like emotional or closure or whatever, only to go, nah. There's a couple films, none of which, of course, that I can think of right now, in which you're like, it's building up to the ending, and then it goes, nope, there's still 45 minutes more movie. And you're like, I didn't need that.
I've described this feeling many times, but even when I'm enjoying it at its best, when I do feel like plot, characters, events, and overall closure are being, discussed and shown, and you're feeling that you're coming down to it, then you see that Simpsons hallway couch gag as it goes into the distance. Like, it bugs me, and it really does. Like, it's an irk that I have, because I'm mentally preparing for that to be done, and I guess to me, I think to like that's the point at which I should stop and just go, you know what, I might just go look and see what's left here, because I felt
Yeah.
that in Hollow Knight when I was enjoying every moment of it, but I was like, and I mean, and to date, obviously, I still haven't done it all, but there was
Oh,
a
Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's the worst. Like, I love Hollow Knight to death. Hollow Knight is one of my
so
favorite games
good.
of all time. I'm so glad you recommended it to me. However, Hollow Knight cheats at the problem we're describing, because you could have completely finished Hollow Knight, and then they came back and said, actually, here's 50 more hours, beat every
Zone.
boss in a row.
Humongous just zones on, and I was at a point where I was like, I was working towards this task, and then I did the task, and oh my god, okay, all right, like I was not mentally prepared for more, and it's not what I was looking for, certainly. And this doesn't, and I know that this is the last time I brought this up. There was pushback from folks who were like, yeah, but like I got the most bang for my buck off of that, and I wanted it to last longer. And so I'm never going to argue at that point. I understand when it's a financial decision, but when it is just like the way the narrative is carrying itself forward, it's kind of like it's not unlike when a game gets announced too early, and just that like the perspective and the way you feel about something. If you know that you have another 10 hours left, you should probably not be making things feel like they're coming to a close. You know.
So this is a great so in the past you have looked into my eyes deep, and I have said the word immersive sim, and you have been like, what is that? Right, it's a weird hyper specific genre, right? But as you were talking, I'm like, how many games does this actually apply to that we're talking about? You used Hollow Knight as an example, and Hollow Knight's a good example. But I'm thinking like, okay, well, all three BioShocks have the exact same pacing problem, where you get to the 90% and it's about to end, and it goes, no, one more level, and the last level is not as good, and then you fight waves of enemies, and then there's a story thing that happens. And I'm like, okay, well, Deus Ex and Deus Ex Human Revolution also do the exact same thing, where it builds up to the climax and it goes, wait, no, one more level, and then you fight waves of enemies into a story climax. And then I'm like, Prey also has the exact same problem, where it builds up to a climax and then you have to go through waves of enemies until a story thing. And it's like, that is the definitive Deathloop. Deathloop has no final boss. You build up to the climax, and the climax of the game is go do one last run, and instead of having a final boss, you talk to somebody in a story sequence. Like, that genre can't have final bosses. Like, I have 100 ways to solve a problem means you can't have a good final boss, because the way you would fight a final boss is by fucking shooting them with a gun, which, as we see in Deus Ex Human Revolution, is like the ultimate version of this problem, where the boss fights are just insanely terrible, because there's no way to solve them at all.
Dash shoutouts just said the goalposts don't move, they teleport.
Yeah,
teleporting
100%.
goalposts is a great way to put it. I felt this way strongly at the end of P5 as well. I really, I mean, I was just making the gag about.
I didn't need it to be a dungeon. Just let me fight the boss.
I made that gag about P4 and seeing Punch Bomb get through it and hearing about where the original ending was, and that they inserted more, so it drags, but it originally made sense in the first release. It's like, okay, but when you're making the re-release, you the way the player feels should be taken into account about, like, if they're a first time going through this, if you're your new content is the back 25%, then at the 75% mark, your game's going to feel weird. You should do something about that.
I want to point out that people are mentioning that the final boss in Deus Ex 1, I'm forgetting it, And no, I'm not, because Bob Page in Deus Ex 1, you either walk up and blow him away in like a second, or you go to 3 computer terminals and turn the ending on.
Sure, yeah.
It's not even an
conversation ending as a possibility. Spend your Paragon points, right? Yeah.
Right.
The
you know what the final boss of fucking Dishonored is walking into a room, picking up a character, and leaving.
I want to play P5R at some point in my life, but I don't know when that's.
I got halfway through it. It's great. And after getting halfway through it, I was like, I need to put 10 years in between me and my first run of this game for me to properly appreciate it.
Can't do it. I'm like, I want to, I just don't know when it'll be. But knowing how much I felt it in the original, in this case, I felt it bad for the original release, and now they're doing even more. It's just, and it's a good thing.
Like, I'm getting to the point where I think I might be able to go do Golden. Now. Like, I tried to play Golden twice on its release, but after going through original P4 5 times, it's like, how many fucking times can I have this fucking conversation with Kanji in February and like fucking not February, whatever, fucking May.
And I guess that's and yes, there certainly is a tap out where you can be like, fuck it, I'm just going to watch it, on YouTube or something. But in the conversation we're having is one where these games could be improved by tightening up that feeling.
It is. It's something that most, we're talking about the video game as a medium. Video games as a medium traditionally end incredibly poorly. Game endings are terrible. And I don't just mean the cutscene at the end. I mean, like, the last 90 minutes of your 12-hour game is often the shittiest part. Now, part of that is because it's the part by least people are going to see. And part of that is that in a lot of game design, all the cool shit that the game is about doesn't actually work for an ending. Like, Prey and System Shock and all these games, they're about looking at a weirdo room and trying to figure out how to get through the area. Maybe there's a doctor, you could hack a computer or whatever. That sucks for an ending. It doesn't work.
It's often poor enough that when it stands out strongly. The first thing that comes to mind for me is God of War 2018, where what a fucking great ending.
Great.
And
it has a denouement, which most games don't have a denouement.
That's the exact opposite of the problem we're describing of the wall that keeps fucking going. Is 100%. Allowing it to slope down and let the emotions hit the points they're supposed to. Very few games consider that because it's an action movie. How do action movies end, right?
With a bang.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I think about you and I and how we are madly in love with the character action genre, and the character action genre ends well. They like a full point out of the 10-point review scale is the final series of encounters the best part of the whole game.
Everything.
The answer is usually yes. You look at Platinum games. Platinum games have a fucking straight line up of enjoyment over time in terms of and then they climax and then they credit. Like it's like an anti-denouement in that they don't even let you breathe for 10 seconds.
The legacy of how well that's implemented is the fact that the majority of everything referenced from Revengeance is all Armstrong. The only thing people talk about from Revengeance years later is Armstrong. They're not talking about Monsoon that much. Every once in a while, a little bit of the other bosses, and they're great. They're all great, but Armstrong overwhelmingly is the thing that you see and hear and is memed and discussed the most because it's the fucking...
You got a source for that, Senator? I made it the fuck up. That's my source. Like, and you think about Devil May Cry 3, right? What's Devil May Cry 3 about? About Virgil. Well, how much of Virgil is actually in the game? You fight him 3 times. He's maybe 1% of the game. How
Of
popular
course,
is that?
Jetstream
Because it was a
Sam
good
is a strong second in that. Of course.
How popular is that it made a fucking they made sequels about what if you were kind of Virgil. Then they made another sequel about what if Virgil again though. What if? Wow.
Yeah.
All on the strength of those 3 boss fights.
Yeah.
And,
no. Yeah.
And it just sucks because I'm playing Bioshock 2 and I'm having so much fun. And I get to the final level and I'm like, wow, I fucking don't care anymore. There isn't going to be a final boss. The antagonist is a lady sitting in a chair that I may shoot with a gun and she'll just die, which is kind of funny in its own way. It's one of the things Dragon's Dogma actually excels at. Where, hey, you know what you fight at the end of Dragon's Dogma? The dragon. And it's fucking crazy.
Nice. Good. That's what I like to hear. I need to clarify that Jetstream Sam and it's as a rival battle it's all the things that get my juices flowing and is the hottest shit. What I'm talking about is when you look at what the internet has to say about Revengeance, the thing that pops up the most are memes about Armstrong. This is specifically what I'm referring to. And that I think has to do with how much of an escalation and how memorable that is to everybody that played it. Not just us going, we love our Virgils, but everybody's overall impact of that.
It's like you think about Watchmen, and what do people talk about? They talk about Steve Jobs dying of Ligma.
Meme strong.
Yeah. And then people ask you who Steve Jobs is.
It's hard. It's tricky. I don't have enough FPSs under the belt to look towards like the shining examples of them, but I can say that even games that I loved, like Doom and Doom Eternal, had these final sequences that were like, oh, okay, that was cool.
Yeah, no, totally.
That was cool, but it's yeah, what is that supposed to look like?
It's like it's bad in immersive sims. It's to the point where every immersive sim comes out and tries, lately anyway, a new type of final boss. What's the final boss? Is it a sprint? Is it a wave? Is it a puzzle? And they're shit. Like they're fucking shit. Like I love that genre so much, and like the last half hour of every single one of them is complete goddamn garbage.
Man,
they exist on a bell curve of quality.
Yeah, I feel like there was a time when I used to think that, like, okay, cool, a boss, like a game that doesn't have any boss fights that then puts one in, it's like, oh yeah, because that's the thing you got to do to have a big explosive ending type of thing. But if mechanically it's not really made for it, and then the obtuseness kind of comes back to be a bit weird, like, I mean, Portal ends on a boss fight. Like, there's just there's a thing where I don't know what the standout examples are without going to, again, our home base genres.
I will tell you a perfect example that you have grand familiarity with at this point. Hey, you know why people were so pissed off at Halo 2's ending? Because you didn't drive the fucking truck. Halo 1 and Halo 3 have fucking showstopper endings because you've been playing the game, you know how to drive a car. This is a big bombastic finish, but it's also different. It's the race, the Warthog race at the end of 1 and 3 are proper one-on-one challenges, you versus the world, right? In a system that doesn't really do good boss fights.
God, fucking Titanfall 2, man.
Yeah, see, Titanfall 2's final boss is a sprint.
God, what a good sequence. Absolutely Titanfall 2.
And it's like, why is Titanfall 2's final boss a sprint? Well, because the one-on-one boss fights are good, but that's not what Titanfall's really about. Titanfall's about moving fast and shooting cool. So what's the final sequence? Moving as fast as you can and shooting as cool as you possibly could. It plays to its strengths.
I mean, even think of the fucking server room in Mirror's Edge.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
that game is flawed as shit. And that is one of the best final levels in anything if you want to make it the best final level in anything, which is don't pick those goddamn guns up.
Make the best of your abilities and do a flawless run through an insane army that is just, stacked to the nines, and you can survive without ever firing a bullet. That version of that final stage is such a good challenge. It becomes like Meat Boy or N plus like, you know, in its like
100%
run perfection.
It also, and this is like what this is something that I feel like a lot of people don't talk about when they talk about games, is that every person sitting down to play a game, and there's a certain fantasy that they're attaching to the game. Be that a shooter, they have a class fantasy, or a story in which they have a narrative fantasy, or a sports game in which they have a competitive fantasy. Whatever, right? It's like what is the emotional experience that I want to go through, and living up to that, and is like the number one possible thing. So Mirror's Edge, what is the fantasy of Mirror's Edge? Being fast and agile and smart and jumping around and outsmarting slow-moving brutes and being a bullet and, you know, all this. So why the fuck did they let you shoot a gun? Like Mirror's Edge 1 would be a substantially better game for most people if you went into the ini file and turned gun from 1 to 0.
Out of fear that people getting something that they're kind of used to would not like the idea of not being able to do the thing they're used to.
Right. Like, oh, well, I'm playing a game and what I actually want is a shooter. And it doesn't let me shoot a gun, so I'm bored.
Brand new experimental game in which it's a first-person shooter, but you can do some cool wall stuff.
Yeah.
Huge mistake in what your expectations should be.
Yeah,
but when you're selling a thing that you're scared that people are not going to like it because they don't know what's going on, you're not going to market the new thing that they don't really get.
And that's the problem, because if they wanted to make that game, what they should have done was make a first-person shooter with cool wall stuff, like, I don't know, Titanfall.
Yeah.
Because Titanfall is, I want a first-person shooter with cool wall stuff and also a robot. And that's the fantasy I'm sitting down for Titanfall.
And that's why half the team, like, disagreed on what Mirror's Edge should be. You know, and like that was a fight.
And then they decided to make Mirror's Edge Catalyst, in which they said, what if Mirror's Edge was there, but it sucked?
I had fun, but you know.
They said, hey, what if you were playing a version of Mirror's Edge that was just kind of mediocre? Wouldn't that be fun?
Some of the routes were some of the routes were tight and really good, but you had to like make your route as opposed to the speed track that you got from the first one. You know, I don't hate the ziplining either. That you know, I'm gonna step in on Catalyst whenever it comes up. But either way,
someone stopped and said, "I want to play Mirror's Edge, and I want the main character not to be a cool like Edge hip protagonist from the Esurance ads. I want my character to be a cringe-ass freak from Killer 7, and I want it to have cards." So they made Neon White. And that game is exactly what it thinks it wants to be.
I'm hearing that's pretty good.
I am also hearing that it is super excellent because it is what it is and what it wants to be is.
Yes. Mirror's Edge, though, like Mirror's Edge 1 did not have the benefit of people trusting it to be what it wanted to be. And I think that, which, you know, looking at it in retrospect, was a hard problem from spin-off game doing different things, but it's ultimately, you know, being introduced to people in the category of FPS, well, when it shouldn't be, you know.
Yeah.
But in any case, yeah, I do feel at the same time, though, a lot of like third-person action and adventure games don't run into some of those issues. You know, a lot of bringing up of like, yeah, Ocarina of Time finishes strong as fucking ever. You know, there's some
Absolutely, yeah.
There's some great,
but yeah, game.
It's particular genres that tend to struggle with it, and like, yeah, as you're mentioning, like, well, you say iSims. But like, you know, going outside of that,
iSims is like the pinnacle of bad endings. I can't think of an iSim with an even like average ending. Like they're bad. Like they're universally poor.
And then going back to like RTSs, I'm remembering, like, I want to say, like, the final mission in StarCraft was just that insane three-way where you
Oh, you mean how the final mission in almost every StarCraft campaign is a absolutely massive super map where you have to kill 1 point and go through 5 bases?
Yeah, just clusterfuck your way to the hive and blow it up. I forgot what it was in Brood Wars. I'm thinking of the
I
final
absolutely love. I'm looking over in the chat and I'm seeing people say stuff like Dishonored 2's was okay, I guess. And like that's the rallying cry of immersive sims don't need to have terrible endings, is this one might be okay. Like just terrible. Yeah, our RTS final missions are terrible. Fighting game endings are terrible.
Usually not much. I mean, you're getting fucking arcade screenshots. You're getting 3 fucking pictures and text. Now that being said, the scope of this conversation has changed a little bit in that
so
final boss fights versus the journey to the finale overextending itself.
Yeah. So all the way back to BioShock 2, I'm going to finish it up this week. BioShock 1's entire ending hour is god-awful. BioShock Infinite's entire ending hour is god-awful. I am like holding out hope for bad. Like a bad final hour in BioShock 2 would be like, ooh, that's a pleasant surprise.
From what I remember, it was just a sequence that was born out of the fear of what happened in 1. And as a result, it's not as bad as that, but it's weird and still not great. That's what I remember.
Oh, that's great. That's just great. Let's see. I played BioShock 2. I'll finish that off soon. I caught up in Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter Sunbreak is coming out this Wednesday, and I'm sitting here looking at my PC save file, being like, just broke into high rank, going like, oh wow, I'm literally not going to be able to play this Monster Hunter game at all because it's a expansion content that would take place after the end of the campaign that I'm playing. Fuck, what do I do? So I had a stream, and it had people show up to carry me a little bit, and it's really weird. I was sitting there, and I turned on Monster Hunter Rise, and my game like glitched out a little bit or something. Like there was something on my screen, and I tried to click it off, and it filled my inventory with 500 of every monster part. And like thousands of armor spheres and like infinite money. It was pretty fortuitous, but
Uh-huh.
like I don't know how that happened.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
and
I
it
was just about to ask a question.
Yeah,
I
what was
was
the
just about
question?
to ask. I was going to say, now hold on a minute.
It was a really peculiar glitch.
Didn't you just start Dragon's Dogma a minute ago? And
Yeah.
in the switching, like, do you switch off like often, but then eventually hit credits, or do you just like, or is that just going to go until you're like, we'll switch to another thing, and until you feel like playing a different
Right
thing?
now, I'm polishing off Bioshock, and then Dragon's Dogma, and the new iSomnium files. So right now, I'm actually playing like 4 or 5 things, and it's
Right.
just like one a day.
Right. Now,
Um,
so when you bring in something into the mix, like a Monster Hunter, which requires extensive
Sunbreak
amount
is
of
not going
time.
to be long term. It's just going to be probably the day of its release, and maybe a week after, or the week after that.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
But yeah, no. So it was really strange. So like, I was able to fight monsters and then just make their armor right away because I had all the parts. I don't know. Don't know how it happened. I mean, I was looking. I was looking at the Monster Hunter Nexus top mods to see if I could find any answers there. But I couldn't.
Hmm. How
Um,
do the servers care about any sort of?
so it's funny. It looks like the way that it bugged out was that even if you somehow get all of the items possible, that the game won't do anything to your account. It'll just delete impossible items.
Huh. Okay. Okay. It just takes them away.
So
Doesn't
so
ban you.
if your game horribly glitched out and like created like a bunch of super powered charms that don't pass sanity checks, it would just delete them and go, "That's not possible. It doesn't pass the sanity check." So it's really nice that they have a lot of leeway, considering that the game can occasionally bug out and just give you all of the items and money and hunter points.
And those things are real things, so you're allowed to keep those things if you happen to
Yeah,
run into those
you
bugs.
could get those. Uh, you know, you could get those
Normally.
legitimately. Yeah, normally.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, somebody in chat points out there's a message that's on the Monster Hunter Nexus right now that says make sure to delete illegal items in your box right now because the Sunbreak comes out. It could break, which is really important because if you're trying to troubleshoot the bug with an app that you would download, there would be a button that says add illegal items, and you would make sure not to click that while troubleshooting.
Man, I tell you, there aren't many circumstances I can think of where that's the road I would go down, but there are some curiosities where I look at, for example, I don't know, like Warframe, and I kind of go,
Yeah.
you know what? I would not mind feeling something completely maxed out to know exactly what that feels like before committing all the way in and spending all the time. Like I would definitely enjoy knowing what I'm in for and then taking it and then turning it off, take it away.
Well, Warframe in particular has a solution for you, Wooly. It's called $60 to $100.
To unlock the stuff, but like don't you still have to like also spend the time to like get the rest of?
Yeah, it's like an hour. It's like that.
Oh, okay, so you just buy it and then
Unlocking the stuff is the time-consuming stuff in Warframe.
I see. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
No
So yeah.
no 10-minute rentals?
No.
Okay.
I was going through Monster Hunter Rise, and um, I had never actually gotten to the end. I got most of the way through on the Switch version, and then got about halfway through on the PC version, and discovered that Monster Hunter Rise originally ended with a wet fart, especially compared to your average Monster Hunter game. It shipped with no ending, and then they added the final boss in later in a patch.
Do you mean the fake ending that you get before you start the proper like hard stuff? Or?
I mean you get to the end of every quest in the game, and it just goes, "Wow, I wonder where the monster went."
Damn.
And then they added in the final boss for real as a DLC, a free DLC in a patch like 3 months later, and like as if it was new content. Now, to be fair, they have also put out like hundreds of event quests, like some of like the most event quests of like any Monster Hunter. Like, do you want to be Okami? Do you want your cat to be Sonic? Do you want Universal Studios Japan fucking shit all over your character? Do you want Teostra added to the game? Do you want Kushala added to the game? So they added a lot. But yeah, no, when it originally came out, yeah, it ended like shit. And luckily Sunbreak is soon, and Sunbreak, the expansions always end with a bang, and there's lots of content at the end of it, and yada yada. But Monster Hunter Rise in its original form for quite a while really doesn't feel finished. You just kind of fly through a lot of the monsters, and then you're done.
So since my experience is limited to world,
to the world, yeah.
The sequence you get with the end of story mode there, you beat it, and then you start going into the high rank stuff. Is there another exclusive like Kirby-like escalation to a final boss?
Yeah, there is. There is. You fight the final boss, and so I really mean this. Every single Monster Hunter game has the exact same story and exact same progression over and over and over. It is always the village, and in games in which the village and the Gathering Hub quests are the same, they're the same. In ones in which they're different, it's like, okay, do the story mode. All right, there's the flagship guy. You're going to fight the flagship guy, and you're going to repel the flagship. You're not going to beat him. So in your case, it would be Nergigante. You met Nergigante. Oh, wow, he's crazy. Oh, he's going to fly away. Oh, wow, he was really tough. Then you're going to actually fight the flagship. Then you're going to kill the flagship, right? Then someone's going to come out and go, wow, dude, the flagship monster was actually just pissed off because of that fucking thing. Right? And then that fucking thing is your final boss, at which point you kill it. Then the expansion comes out, and the expansion goes, wow, did you know that fucking thing was actually waking up due to some other ecological thing that happens to take place in a new zone? And then you go to the new zone, and wow, there's a new flagship, because there's always a new flagship for the expansion.
Okay.
Wow, the new flagship monster is actually really mad because of that fucking thing over there. And here's your new final boss. And so you go fight your new final boss, and you're like, wow, we solved the ecological catastrophe. But wait, that's weird. Something even weirder is out there. But you need to hit Hunter rank 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 in order to find out what is making the other animals very upset. And it, like, over and over and over and over.
Okay.
Every single... In Monster Hunter 1, Rathalos is fucking up the ecosystem. In Monster Hunter 2, Tigrex is fucking up the ecosystem. In Monster Hunter 3... Lagiacrus is fucking it up because Ciadius is fucking it up. In Monster Hunter 4, Gormagala is fucking it up. In Monster Hunter 5, which is World, Nergigante is fucking it up. No, wait, it's Xenojiva. No, wait. It's Zora Magdaros. No, wait, it's Nergigante. No, wait, it's Xenojiva. No, wait, it's Valstrax. No, wait, it's the fucking... rock guy. No, wait, it was Nergigante. No, wait, it was Safajiva. Like, it's the same fucking thing over and over and over and over. And in Monster Hunter Rise, when that game came out, you fought Magnamalo, who's the flagship, and you go, wait, the problem is actually the Thunder Dragon. And then you fight the Thunder Dragon, and the Thunder Dragon leaves, and then the game ends. And then you only actually get to fight the Thunder Dragon for real after getting to like Hunter rank 50, which is not how it's ever been done.
Yeah, that's the first time.
So I'm going to go into Sunbreak without fighting the final boss. And then I'm going to naturally get that Hunter rank up and then go back into old baby content to fight the final boss for the first time. It's weird. It's weird.
But
we're
at the
looking
same
at
time,
Sunbreak coming out. Malzeno is a vampire. Oh man, he's probably going to fuck up the ecosystem. But wait, the reason why he's out hunting is because there's a bigger Elder Dragon that's evil.
What I'm hearing is, okay, but who cares whether you actually did it or not? Because it obviously doesn't really matter. And it's an excuse to get some cool gear.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so.
So what I'm describing to you is why when Monster Hunter World came out, people who had been playing that series for a long time were like, who gives a shit about these fucking cutscenes? Why am I not able to load into a room with my friends before seeing them? Who cares?
Right.
You're just gonna tell me that it's the ecosystem, it's the underwater earthquakes, it's the frenzy virus, it's the fucking bioenergy, which is the one that you saw. It's the fucking rampage. It's the fucking who gives a shit.
I'm mentally preparing to have to run through 3 blocks of fucking World Tour in Street Fighter 6 to get to the Versus building for locals.
Oh,
I'm prepared. I'm already prepared. You're gonna have to run through not Southtown, Metro City, and then make a right at the boxing gym.
Whatever.
And then there's gonna be the Versus mode building that you walk into. Yeah.
Also, since I finally got to Thunder Dragon Narwa after all this time, I have to say one of the ugliest, shitty-looking final boss designs in a Monster Hunter game ever. No question. It has a flotation sack between its legs that looks like you're spending the whole fucking fight beating up its giant, ugly pussy.
What monster is this?
Fucking Thunder Dragon Narwa.
All right. Let's see what it says here.
Fucking, I will get the photo.
Oh, that's chubby. Oh, I see it. Ew. Yeah, okay.
You see it?
I see it.
What I'm fucking... Like, you are just beating up its fat pussy as a weak spot.
The bottom half of that's not great. That's not good. Is it soft?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Alternatively, it's an egg sack, so you're beating up its, like, pregnant belly.
Isn't botching a final monster design like botching one of the legendary cover Pokemon? Like, isn't it, like, the most important thing to not, like, make it look kind of lame?
And Pokemon's a great comparison point, Wooly. Because Pokemon is not about the legendaries. It's about the starter. Monster Hunter is not about the final boss. It's about the flagship. Xeno'jiva's cool, but Nergigante's what matters. Okay.
Flagship as in, like, the titular...
The monster on the box.
Yeah. Okay.
So, like, even if the final actual boss of Sunbreak is complete trash, Malzeno is fucking cool. So it'll be fine.
What's
because
on the box?
you're gonna fight the flagship about 100 times more often than you fight the final boss.
Okay. I suppose that's why Zora Magdaros is not playable in Teppen, but Nergigante and Rathian are.
Yeah, and that's why when they go, hey, motherfuckers, here's who's coming back for the next game, your favorites, the first ones to get picked are always the old flagships. Hey, Mizutsune and Gormagala and Steve. Good old Steve. It's coming back. A character who's been called Steve for so long, I don't know why people call the monster Steve. Its name is Seragios. But people call it fucking Steve.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Oh, when they bring back an old boss that's a classic and they drop it in a game like Rise where there's all these crazy new things you can do, like riding on your dog,
Yeah.
you're getting an updated version of that.
You're
boss
getting an
fight.
update, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, they have to. So, Monster Hunter GU is a really, really good example of this. So, Monster Hunter GU has the most monsters of any game. It has, I think it's like over 100. It's crazy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It brings in tons of old monsters
it's the final
that
celebration
hadn't been seen in years
before the reset.
Yeah, and some of them received no updates at all. So, like, you'll go up against something that's last appearance was like 8 years ago, and you're like, fuck, wow. This thing has fucking 2 moves.
Mm-hmm.
It's got shit.
Dropping Demon Souls bosses as is into Elden Ring.
Yeah, no, you'd beat their fucking asses in a second.
Yeah, okay.
There's like people are pointing out, it's like Gravios. Gravios sucks. The reason why Gravios sucks is because he has no move list. He's just super. He all your shit always bounces, and he can do the fucking fire breath and the roll and the tail swipe, and that's it. Fuck Gravios. Game's better when you take him out. Fucking piece of shit. Rock monster. I hate him. Anyway, Rise is a lot of fun. They're gonna add more moves, which is the big thing for Sunbreak. Not even the monsters, is they're adding another entire set of moves to everything. So you had the wire bug moves, right?
You talking about your moves?
No, character moves.
Oh shit, okay.
So every Monster Hunter ever comes out and you get new moves. Rise added by far the most because it also had those wire bug moves where you're using your meter to fucking do cool shit. They're adding new wire bug moves. They're adding new actual button combinations, and they're adding the ability to switch isms between one set of controls and another.
Okay.
So hey, this is great sword with true charge slash and a counter. Well, this is great sword with rage slash and the dash, and you just hit a button to switch between the two at will.
Okay. Would you prefer that or like a new weapon entirely?
So here's how I feel it's going to go. We are going to get that, and then next time we're going to get a new weapon and lose half these moves. We're going to lose all the shitty ones, and they're going to incorporate all the good ones into the actual moveset. Because that's how they do. They have the weird hyper game where you get a million fucking weirdo superpowered shit, and then they tone down a bunch of them so that they become part of an overall larger moveset. And then you have the weird hyper game.
Sounds Kirby-like again with the way the movesets change over time. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Anything else of note with the week?
Not really.
Okay. Where can people watch?
They can go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. This week we're going to do Somnium Files. And we're going to... the Nirvana... What's it fucking called? Nirvana something. Whatever, the new fucking mystery game. We're going to play some more Bioshock 2, etc. Come on down. It starts usually around 4 p.m. Pacific time.
Alrighty. Let's roll right into what's happening in the news. Okay, so this week I would love to start on the story that is the updating Cyberpunk bugs issue, where they basically have elaborated on. There's a Forbes report that came out that says Cyberpunk 2077. A big part of what happened on that project, what went wrong, was that the QA company, Quantic Labs, lied to them about their capabilities and overall did not find all the things that people ended up finding when the game went live, and essentially the game went through submission dirty. Is what it sounds like. So this story now, when we talk about, especially when I talk about a lot of the things that go wrong in QA, when you're finding things and you're getting shut down from the devs, or you're getting shut down by producers, and overall there's a time crunch. We talk about a database full of things that are will not fix. A lot of the times I'm absolutely referring to when you have a team that is good, that knows what they're doing, and is pretty solid at their jobs. This is basically what I ended up having towards the later years in QA. I was fortunate enough to work with some really great people that were talented at Square for those years, and at IDOS, and when I was doing mainly like the compliance focused stuff, when I could kind of pick people that I knew were like solid at these tasks. It was a very efficient time, and you kind of don't always have that. When I read the bullet points about what went wrong here, it's all too familiar and all too believable and all too real, considering what outsourcing used to be like and how it felt when I first started in those early years. So I got a lot of messages from people after this story, basically, where they're saying, hey, does this sound credible to you? Because it certainly sounds like they're deflecting. And there is...
It does sound that way.
And so, and I'll tell you this, it feels to me when I look at this list that there is absolutely some deflection in here, in the sense that what a studio working on a large project is doing pretty much all the time, unless they're like completely fucking it up, is they have in-house testers as well to focus on the feel of the game and mainline progression things that are going to be not outsourced, that are in charge of seeing how the flow of things go. Those people are essential. You're going to have a team of, it depends on the size of the company, but whatever the case is, if you're managing things well, you're going to always have people in-house keeping that, keeping their main task to playthroughs, getting through it, catching things on the way, and feeling how it is to go through it and running into issues here and there. If you're not managing it well, those people are going to be spending less time on the controller and more time managing the outsourcing that's going on, and they'll have very little time to actually sit down and play the thing. So there is some deflection in that angle. However, I also have seen, and I was looking at the replies to some of this news coming out from Forbes, and I saw a bunch of people that were noting that they're like, well, for all the stuff that people recorded and all the crazy shit we saw tweets about, I played it and I didn't see any bugs, or I didn't have a run through that was that bad. Yeah, some people did manage to get through the game without seeing that crazy shit. They didn't say what platforms, obviously, but I assume that would make a huge difference.
I find that to be unbelievable. That people managed to complete the entire game without seeing much of the crazy shit.
The feeling I got from the way people were tweeting out every other day about how bad it was getting makes it feel like it was impossible. But I'm not going to just yell and say everyone's like full of shit or whatever. I mean, it's possible, right?
No, I find that the very blunt use of the word incredible, and that I do not particularly find that very credible.
I mean, if anything, it's just probably lends credence to the fact that like the game is built in such a way that there's enough random variables each time it's loading in an area that you're going to you're going to have times where it runs fine and times where it doesn't, based on small little things that are even harder to notice. But all this is preamble. The point is that the things they listed that Quantic Labs was responsible for fucking up, which is one, for example, they over-exaggerated the size of their team on Cyberpunk in order to keep the contract. 1,000% real. That absolutely happens. And working at an outsourcing company and watching the competition as well also outbid each other for contracts and try to figure out how to, offer the most competitive rates and such. They will totally just lie about what their capabilities are, and they will bullshit their way through those numbers almost every time. That is a real thing.
So, yeah, that is a real thing.
That's a real thing. Now, what ends up happening in many cases is you'll take I mean, it depends on what they do, but they'll do things like, oh yeah, we've got 20 localization testers, each in groups of 3 dedicated to their languages, and then they occasionally on a low date will be like, oh, and they can switch over to functionality testing when there's nothing coming in for localization. They'll be like, oh yeah, those are considered full-time testers as well. We're going to put that number in. And it's like, that's not true. Those are not full-time testers. They're not trained to do full-time testing. They're not trained to complete functionality in that way. They're just incidental eyeballs on the game, but you'll put those numbers in. You'll do things like take people who are trainees, that are cutting their teeth on how to test and how to write bugs to begin with, and say that, oh yeah, that's man hours on the project. As long as there's an ass in a seat holding a controller. Some of these outsourcing places will absolutely do that.
What about a situation where, okay, so what you're saying is, hey, we got 200 guys that can work on this, but actually, in reality, we have 100 who would actually be putting real time into it. And then the project comes down and Boss Man says, wow, we're spinning a lot of plates and that other project's taking a lot. So this team actually gets 70. And now you're at a third of what your original estimate was according to the dev contract.
So, I mean, what'll happen is at the start of a week, you'll promise X man hours. And then at the end of the week, you will deliver on those man hours. However you get them, you get them, whether it consists of throwing overtime on grave shifts, dead shifts, grabbing localization testers, grabbing new recruits, whatever the case is, you're going to deliver a thing that says, oh yeah, we put 65 man hours into the game this week.
So what you're saying, hold on, let me try and break this down into a version I can understand, like a more concrete one. You go, hey, we need 100 hours of work on this. And they go, shit. Well, if we let these 5 guys sleep at their desk with the game on, that's 40 extra hours. That'll kick us up over the number.
If you're not if you lied about your team size to begin with, and you don't have the capability of delivering on the numbers that have been set in the evaluation of the project, then then absolutely anything and everything that can be done will be done to exaggerate that time. Now, the other things that they list here go hand in hand, where you're talking about, they said that their team's made up of senior staff, but it was instead juniors with under 6 months of experience in QA. I've seen that happen.
Oh man, that's not the same.
I've seen that happen, and I've seen that lead to a road where, as a project gets more complex, the people with the most experience spend their time being mini managers over the teams instead of actually spending their time on controller. And that's a huge problem as well, because some of the most talented testers, people who are great at finding shit and just thinking outside the box and be like, oh, what if I just did this in that way? Or I see something, a lot of the time, something will pop up in a game that you're like, yeah, let me investigate that. You might not always, it might not occur to everybody to go investigate something that looks like it might be a little bit odd. But
you get a certain bizarre, intuitive thought process on how these things work, or more importantly, how they break.
Yeah, so for example, I noticed that some messages in Elden Ring disappear when you press X, while others disappear when you press triangle, right? Completely mild thing that most people probably just press and go, oh, and then press the other button. No big deal. That alarm bells went off in my head and made me go, if I were in charge of this, I would dedicate a week to figuring out what's going on with exactly that nature, why the two are different, and what can go wrong as a result of that. Right? What would happen if you created a prompt that needed one button to go away and then found another person who had a different prompt with a different button to go away and then caused them to overlap? Right? There's a million things to create from just seeing a moment and going like, oh, that's a weird little decision that's inconsistent, and you have to like you have an intuition towards going, let me investigate that. People who are really good at it will have that. People who are not will not, and so they'll like the people who are good but they don't have the time because they're managing a crew or telling people like, you know, they're checking bugs, they're vetting things, etc., handling some regression in some cases. It's not going to be the same as having actual experienced testers holding controllers.
I mean, at the end of the day, part of this is the nature of outsourcing such an important part of your project to somebody that you don't actually know or see. The equivalent of, you know, you asked your neighbor to help build something, you know, build something like a new fence, and instead of going out in your backyard and actually looking at the fence being built, you call them on the phone and go, how's the fence coming along? And they go, great. And then you you walk in your backyard a year later and there's just a pit in the ground and go, what are you doing?
Now, sometimes your fence turns out great. Depends on who you're talking with, right? And just in this city alone, back in those days, I mean, a number of places popped up that were like, you know, competitor to the place I was working. You know, there was Babel, there was VMC, Volt, there was you know, Test Track, and all these different places that popped up that essentially were these third party studios, and you'd see them usually get credited, you know, sometimes invisibly, sometimes like in a minor way, but without the individual testers getting their thing. But you'll see some names pop up, and some of these places, especially when they were stepping in, creating a new, like I remember the era when some new ones had opened up and they were trying to compete. So essentially, their game was to more or less like try to get a few major testers over, do some poaching, and then get a bunch of new people in and start cutting into the business of the established like third party studio right away with competitive rates. Now, competitive rates is always going to be very attractive to a project that's trying to come in under budget. So when you offer a better rate for the same amount of man hours, they're going to seriously consider it, you know. And if it's a big enough game,
You know,
they might come visit the studio, do a walkthrough, take a look, and see like, okay, yeah, how's the security, how's this, how's that, and then they might even give you a pilot project and go, okay, work on this small thing for us and let's see how you guys do. And in those pilot project cases, I guarantee you they take the best testers off of every project, put them all on this pilot, and they create an all-star team. They create a fucking Globetrotters list. I've been on those teams of Globetrotters to just destroy a small thing and give the best possible impression, which then often lands them the big contract.
So I'll be scrolling through TikTok, and there's a lot of little cultural parts of the world that I see via, oh, I accidentally fell into this brand of TikTok or whatever. And like, I don't know what the algorithm decided I needed to see, but I fell into electrician and construction TikTok. And of note to this conversation is that people working on the same project who don't have the same job can fucking hate each other because they're the actual important ones. And so there's no respect between the drywall guys and the electricians. But more importantly than that is a video I see over and over and over and over, which is guys videotaping them doing work. And it is with the text, yeah, well, my buddy says he can do it for half the price. And the response is, great, you can pay that and my full fee when I have to come over and completely demolish the shitty work they did and then do my stuff from scratch.
Yep.
Because they're going to do garbage.
Their projects sometimes would show up for an irregular amount of days because there was a salvaging that needed to be done because they didn't trust the place that they were currently contracted to after a certain amount of time. So all this to say that the fact that there are outsourcing problems that do totally exist out there, again, it's not always, but it's some places, especially if they're...
I just saw the succinct explanation of this in the chat. Buy cheap, buy twice.
Sure. Yep. You know, if the places that are offering the best rates are also not focused on the best kind of hiring, if they've got a hiring that essentially is, again, like, you know, people that are coming in that are not really well suited for this type of thing, but they get through it anyway, then this leads to this type of result, and then that result leads to the negativity that we then go on to see when I tell you the stories about devs who are upset and treating testers like shit and making snarky comments and all that bullshit. Sometimes it's because they're assholes, and sometimes it's because they've worked with bad teams they don't trust, and so they're now naturally just afraid of whatever is outsourced, and they don't really want to give them the time of day. Now, if you get brought in on a hit squad, which is the, like, okay, we're going to take your testers and send them literally to the office, and you work at the studio, that'll often be a better impression, and you can talk to them directly and make sure that you're on top of this shit. But there's still these policies they put in place, especially when they're... It all starts with the contract being a lie to begin with. And once that domino is hit and the rest are falling into place and you're covering your bases, you're not delivering an accurate amount of man hours, but you claim to be, well, then it's like, okay, well, hold on a minute. If you're not delivering the right amount of man hours, or if you're faking it, or whatever's happening, then what's happening in the database? What's the kind of reporting that we're seeing?
Well, we're filling it up with garbage, F-class bugs that fucking don't matter, and we're just redoing the same ones in different areas, even though it would only take one thing to fix, and we're just filling it up with the most banal shit we can find as fast as possible, because you want to see a lot of bugs in your database, right?
More precisely, Quantic Labs had a daily quota of reported bugs, which led to CD Projekt not getting thousands of relatively pointless bugs from testers, which took up a lot of time, caused game-breaking issues to not be found or prioritized. So this gets to another thing that, on a personal level, I've seen this fight happen inside of every office I've worked at, and it's the idea of the bug quota, and it's the idea of, and it goes hand in hand with other money-saving techniques. But to start it out, it is when you come in, you punch and you sit down. Before you leave today, I need to see X number of bugs from you today. No matter what happens, you don't get you better have 10 bugs in before the end of the day, right? And now you have a number that is going to massively disincentivize people actually digging and finding anything, and heavily incentivize just getting whatever the fuck they can out of the way, and in some cases, like, fighting over issues with each other or splitting them, you know, and things like that, where, like, a whole lot of nothing occurs, but maybe we can turn... Like, you'll see something that bad testers will do is they'll find one bug, and then they'll like, try to create 3 bugs out of the same one, in a way, where it's like
different circumstances
or things. Once the first bug occurs, there's 3 or 4 things that occur afterwards that are all more or less the same. You know, the textures are off on something or whatever the case is. This results in that same texture being off on this other piece of clothing, whatever, you know, and then it's like you write up a second bug for that. It's like, well, no, that's not a second bug. It's the same one. If the textures being off leads to the game fucking crashing and you losing your save, well, then compliance steps in and goes, okay, this gets upgraded to that type of thing. So you need to, from a compliance point of view, it's important to make sure that things always don't lead to a new classification of failure. But on a regular functionality side of things, that'll happen sometimes, and you'll just see people padding out their daily quotas. It goes without saying that sucks. It's not...
Yeah, well, I mean, Wooly, I'm just sitting here going like, well, what happens if I know I have 10 bugs a day, for my week, and I'm going to be working 5 days this week, and I find 34 bugs in day one. Does this not incentivize me to write up 10 and then save 10 for tomorrow and then save 10 for the day after?
You bet your fucking ass it does. And 34 bugs right off the bat will indicate instantly how bad things can get. But sometimes if you're not swimming in it, you'll just be like, yep, cool, done for the week. You know? And in other cases, it'll just be like, can I find a text error somewhere? I'm sure whatever the case is, there are people who unfortunately will just as a result of this shitty quota system, just not do as solid a job covering things as they could. It all works against the results of the game and the shape that it ends up shipping in.
Well,
and then you put another factor into this in place in certain places where testers that are not hired full time are hired in on contract, and they're on contract for day-to-day calls to see whether they're in or not, or week-to-week calls. And
so your personal hour-to-hour performance is now vital.
Yeah, well, things originally were such that you would get hired and you were a part of the company and you worked on whatever was in according to their needs and what was flowing through. Eventually, that became something where they're like, we're going to hire less people, or rather, we're going to hire way less people full time and way more people part time, and offer them, again, sometimes partial days, sometimes full days, but whatever they're getting is based on the projects in. And when the projects are done, sorry, no time, no use for you, go home. Eventually, that became on a day-to-day basis. You'll find out what you're doing, and then once it's on a day-to-day basis, where you're expecting a call every morning to see whether you're going to get work today or not, kind of like waiting to go pick strawberries on a farm. There's going to be a step where it's like, well, how many strawberries did you pick yesterday? And if you're somebody who's
why can't you pick that many today?
If that quota comes down and you're in a day-to-day system where the quota is also going to determine the likelihood that you're going to be found the next day, you are now double incentivizing people to just find nonsense.
One of the best pieces of advice I ever received that never applied to me because I never worked in a corporate setting is never give 100%, because if you give 100%, they're going to expect 100% every single fucking day of your life.
I've heard multiple people say that. Yeah. So this is all to just give another perspective on reading about this story and what we're seeing here, where, make no mistake, deflection is occurring, and make no mistake, there's absolutely stuff that internally should have been happening for that game to release the state, for that game to have come out in the state that it's in. And I think an indicator of that, which of course these are private documents, you'd never see them, but the reports after submission and how big they are, how many pages they are, would be a high indicator of how Sony, Microsoft, and how they felt about these games and when they took a look at what they found. And if they got back fucking 10-page reports as opposed to like 2 or so, then that's a high indicator, a very clear indicator that things are really rough. Maybe you should add some time to this. But all this to say, on the other side of things, someone walks in, has a quota, and wants to put in those 10 bugs so that they get called back to have a job the next day. You're going to get shit quality, especially if they're in their first 6 months and they're being, and then they're pulling in these projects that need experience, time, and like real man hours being reported.
So there's kind of a fucked if you do, fucked if you don't here, because let's say we're hiring a company that has padded its original numbers, right? It's padded the amount of people that are going to be there. It's padded the amount of work hours on it, right? What are you actually supposed to do with the quota? Let's take the quota that most people are going to be familiar with and hate with every fiber of their motherfucking being, present almost everywhere in North America, which is the fucking speeding ticket quota.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You send 2 guys out, and you're gonna say, you're gonna cover this neighborhood, and I want 100 speeding tickets by the end of the week. Why? Well, if you don't give them a quota at all, they're just going to park the car behind the Wendy's and blow each other every day. And you're going to get 3 tickets when somebody crashes the car into the Wendy's. So you give them the fucking quota. So what do? They invent 99 cases of speeding on Monday and go back to blowing each other behind the Wendy's from Tuesday to Friday. There's no fucking solution if they're jackasses and they want to waste their time.
Not to mention the fact that towards the end of the month, suddenly things get way stupider and crazier and worse because they're running up against the date.
Be careful driving from the fucking 25th to the 30th.
Because time's running out.
When guys have been fucking sleeping in their car for 20 days for their whole shift, going, shit, I got 300 tickets to write by tomorrow. Guess your fucking turn signal's broken. Smash.
So, I've watched things like this happen on projects that are like smaller in scale, and I've watched things like this happen on projects that are like massive open world ones, and obviously those are the ones that are going to suffer the most. So yeah, Cyberpunk is the kind of game that, you know, you can't be fucking around with. Basically, there's shitty studios and there's better testing studios, and you can't be fucking around with shitty ones on a game of this size, scope, and I guess like so much brand new shit is being put down. Like it's built off of the Witcher 3's engine, right? But it's a completely different thing. You don't have a lot of reference to go off of on previous entries and such. So you if you signed up with and contracted in a studio that is just one of those shitty ones, this is a very possible viable explanation for what happened there. But
now I will say,
but it does not make it make sense that their own internal team would have been going through it and saying, looks clean to us.
Yeah, no, come on.
That doesn't make any sense.
Hey, I will say one thing in the defense of both this I will say one thing in the defense of this QA team and the CD Projekt devs that were on this, that a complete and total management and technological failure resulting in issues of capital, trust, lying, and management is very Cyberpunk.
It is on brand. It is very, very on brand. Yeah. I've said it, and I just wish I could look at the databases of these projects, because like I feel like I could reach my fingers into the water and just like close my eyes and just feel and go like, okay, the whole history is coming back to me. Like I can bug whisper, dude, if I can touch a database and just sit there and look at it with thousands of bugs in it, I can feel the whole history of the project and how it came about.
Like I've been in this place ever since I spoke to somebody who used to work at Bethesda a couple of years ago. And I was in this spot of like, dude, I would give one of my fingers to get unrestricted access to what their database looks like before the project gets shipped. I would kill to see what it looks like.
Yeah. You sort by WNFs, you take a look at what's happening, then you immediately create a new column, sort by comments in the discussion tab, and see the highest number of comments back and forth over an issue, and find out how many people were like arguing in the middle of this bug over whatever was happening, and go see how it was resolved. That'll teach you everything about it, you know? But all this to say, yes, if you're looking for the opinion of someone who's done this a little bit and has seen it on both sides here, there absolutely are shoddy QA companies. There absolutely are shoddy QA teams that are overstepping their capability for better contracts.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking. You're talking about like the comment thread,
mhm.
and I'm just thinking of like, okay, this bug, whatever, B class, blah blah blah. The comment from the original tester, and then the response by programmer X that says this isn't a bug. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. No, that, or like we are even again the more vindictive and snarky ones over time. Like, it sucks. But that's exactly it, and it's yeah. If you fucking you just get hired your first time, you just cut your teeth on whatever shitty fucking game they were using to teach you how to test bugs. I don't know, for example, Championship Manager, and you're learning about how to enter bugs into a database from a goddamn glorified Excel sheet, and then they go, "Cool, you've done 3 days of training, you're ready to go." And then the first thing you do is sit down on Cyberpunk. Like, boy, are you fucking in over your head and not aware of how to do anything in that kind of circumstance and how to test proper. Like, you're missing so much.
Nah, man, man hours. All our people are fucking legit. They're rock stars. They're
There's not
superstars.
there's not always a small project or small like mobile department to like go figure out and cut your teeth on in all these cases, but I will say this, like, the studios that are full of shit in the third party world don't tend to last very long, um, unless they get acquired or bought out. Which Keywords was certainly doing for quite a time. But like some of the shittier ones popped up and then just disappeared. Because there was a
Worked
bit
on
of a
2, 3 projects, and they all came out in fucking mess. And
a little bit of that like telemarketing world of like someone who's been running the scam at a bigger place says, I can fucking get 10 guys and 10 phones and sit
and
in an
then
office.
you're working there, and your fucking piece of shit, fucking scumbag motherfucking supervisor who tells you to fucking rob everyone just fucking quits one day for no reason, and that is your fucking sign to just start running. because he fucking feels it coming down.
I mean, there's a countdown from the moment he walks out to till the gas canisters are coming through the windows.
That is my experience. When that fucking guy leaves, it's fucking time to just walk out and just leave and never come back.
Yeah, man. I've certainly been on both sides of that, and it, like, there's times when, especially during crunch, when shit's going really bad, when you write a report up and you're like, look, we've gone through, we've done some time, I've had time to assess what's going on here, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like this tester is particularly good at testing, and they've had their training and stuff, but maybe they need another, I don't know, whatever. You gotta sit down and figure it out, and then you try to, and then a couple times, you'll be like, hey, let's switch up the project. Let's sit back down and spend some time trying to figure out like how to fix some of these issues, and you talk and such. But there's some people that just bounce fuck off. They're just not a good fit for it. They don't have the right understanding of it. / they literally just sit there and don't do anything and fall asleep all day. In which case you kind of have to be like, yeah, this is not going to help the project in the end. And depending on,
It counts as man hours, dude.
And depending on how busy things are, they'll be like, cool, sounds good, got it, A-okay, no problem. And then fucking nothing. It's just like, yep, chalk the hours up, don't care, get it done.
So when you're in a scum shit fucking garbo place, and you look around, and you see the company rats, the people you can only describe as a fucking rat. And what do you see them doing? You see them building a tiny little fucking raft out of toothpicks and gum. Because they can't swim.
Yeah. Yeah.
and you see them loading that thing up into a nearby river, it's time for you to leave because
I
they know the tide is coming.
consider your options at the very least, you know. But yeah, it's a fucking. There are some days where like the email comes in about which higher ups are gone, and there's just and there's just like a wave of every man for themselves just hits the floor. Everyone's just like, what is happening right now? Like, what? Okay, who? Oh God! Like, you know, you're just like you're searching through your emails to pull out that resume while you're still seated at the fucking test kit. Like, it's
There's a just I
uh,
don't like I've been in a couple places and the feeling of like walking in and a bunch of people aren't there anymore and this I don't know how to describe it, like there's just a certain weird emotion which is impending dread floating around
mm-hmm,
and
mm-hmm.
you're just like, did we hit an iceberg when I was at home?
I mean, whenever people have asked advice about QA and such, I'll always say that like it's easier to get started getting into a third party place if you can work your way in towards a first party studio, because they tend to care quite a bit more about the quality of their hires, since they're usually full time and they're going to be fucking directly responsible for the the reputation of everything they're putting out. And from that better hiring position, um, it was much more. When I had to create a compliance team, it was much easier to like look through and go like, okay, this person is really good at that. I've seen the way they work on this type of task, and yeah, absolutely. Let me get you build a team, you know, and you can build a fucking a trustworthy group of people to like find that shit, get it done consistently well, and like, um, and then once you have that, you don't have to worry about like the accountability side, because you know who you're working with and what and how. So it's just a matter of like, give us the time and we'll deliver. And this is where you hear me telling the stories of like the bullshit coming back from the higher ups. You know, where like I'm like, I can do what you're asking me to if you give me the time and the ability to do it, but if you don't give me that, then you're not going to get that product. But like all of those conversations are predicated on like having a capable team, you know? Very important.
What if instead of giving you what you want, I ask for more than what I'm actually telling you and give you literally nothing?
I mean, look, at that point it doesn't really matter because you're already getting paid. So, you know, and if you're
Yeah,
in
like
and if you're doing your fucking plan, uh you can ride that out, burn some contracts, make some money, and then like hop, step, jump, fucking parachute out of the burning plane before anything explodes, and you'll be good. So, you know, every man
there's a
for themselves.
certain joy to using your work hours to apply for a different job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
going to work and my job that they're going to pay me for is searching for a new job because fuck this place.
And then there's like the exact opposite of that, which is like an email pops up and it's a potential contract to work with a company that you really care about the games they make, and you go, holy fuck, we cannot fuck this up. And then just immediately through sheer force of will and like yelling at whoever needs to be yelled at, it's like, no, you're going to put me on this, and you're going to let me choose who's working on it, and you're going to give me exactly the hours I tell you we need to, if you want to keep working with this company, because I know exactly what they're about, you know?
So it's really a genuine shame because I feel like you just latched on to the reason why the video game industry has a particular labor problem, and that is an industry run by people who actually care about the work that they're doing, which is their problem. People at the cracker factory making fucking packaged Ritz crackers are not going to work going, fuck yeah, man, I can't wait to make the best fucking box of crackers in the world. They're saying, no, I want to go to work and do my shift and have nothing go wrong and go home.
Mm-hmm.
So no one can come up to them and go, but don't you really care about the little Jimmy biting into his first saltine cracker and having a one? No, I don't give a fuck. But people who work in video games give a fuck. Don't you want to work at Bethesda? Don't you want to work at Blizzard? Oh, think of all those great games we've made, and you can be part of that history. Blah, 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 blah. Like,
the first time a fighting game came to the office, I was not in a position to schedule meetings, and I scheduled meetings. I made myself very known and got up and went and spoke to people and sat them down and said, listen to me, this is what you need to do. And things went in such a way that it went well enough that the second time a fighting game came into the office, they just went, okay, Wooly, do you want to? Yeah, no problem. You know, I made it clear, this is what I'm about. You're lucky I'm here, I can fucking do this. You know, but you have to listen to what I say. Anyways, so that is the perspective I can offer you on the Cyberpunk story.
Don't you want to make a Diablo game? Don't you think that Diablo games are super cool? You love Diablo 2. You said in your job interview that you always wanted to make a Diablo game. Now just fucking tune this bullshit so that the fucking little piggies fucking use their parents' credit card. It got banned in China, god damn it!
God, no!
God damn it!
But it was made for...
Oh, shit! That was the whole business model! The whole business model was don't get this game banned in China!
Damn. For such fucking hilarious reasons, too. Just like, hey, man, if you're gonna tweet some shit about Winnie the Pooh and about fucking the China in a political sense, by all means, you know, take a stab at it. But also, you might get this fucking gacha shit game you're working on completely yanked permanently. Hilarious, because it's like, all right, where's the lie? Good shit, I see your tweet, but now the game is banned. So yeah, for anyone who's wondering, that's the story where Diablo Immortal has been banned in China, and that's the one they were making where it's people have been testing it, and I think someone had a report today that shows you that by doing a simulation of its drop rate compared to everything else in from the Fire Emblem like gacha to the MiHoYo verse stuff, like this is by far and away the most obscene in terms of expected cost to get a 5-star character, because the minimum rate amount, or rather the maximum amount, was somewhere in like the range of $50,000 possibly spent that you need to spend. Insane, but
yeah, it's the worst. It's the worst ever. It's like, it's not even close. It's fucking
theft. But
and you know what's crazy? I very quickly Googled, like, to give Blizzard some congratulations for Diablo Immortal. They put the Necromancer character in, and he has his skeletons as part of the move list, which means congratulations, having a skeleton-based character in a game releasing in China, only to get it banned because some dumbass on your Weibo account fucking went, ooh, Winnie the Pooh.
So there's a social media post that said, when would the bear fall off the seat? Which, of course, is making reference to, the Winnie the Pooh and Chairman Z. And that was that like immediately after that, as we know, I think there was a story that was happening right at the same time that said
It was,
China.
yeah.
There's a story that was happening right at the same time where China was working on verifying every single social media posts. They're working on a system that like basically means every single post that is made will need to be approved. So this goes right hand in hand, and then immediately after that tweet goes out, you get a statement. You get the initial release date was supposed to be on the 23rd, and China says, "Fuck you, no, stop it." And the game and Diablo Immortal is now blocked indefinitely.
And it will never be unblocked.
Because that's personal, right? That's you said the no word.
No, at the same time, Chinese censorship is obviously awful, right? However, it cannot be anything other than hilarious when Hollywood or the games business just bends over and spreads their asshole for Big China, and then China turns their dick away and goes, "No, I don't like the tattoo of Winnie the Pooh on your taint."
Yep, no, it's pretty.
That was graphic, wasn't it? I'm sorry. That was highly graphic.
You really got in there. Anyway, as should be made obvious in every one of these cases, like, yes, that the fucking the party is some bullshit, and calling out the party's bullshit often will lead to the party not being too happy about that. But when the game you are releasing is also some bullshit and is again just based on these numbers we're seeing, just thieving, just stealing money from people, asking them to drop a $500,000 into it to get whatever they're looking to get at, and just the worst and most predatory gacha practices, all that shit. It's hard to feel bad when the results of their tweet, get the fucking game banned. It's shit on shit.
Hilarious.
Shit on shit violence with that.
And it's like, in all honesty, regardless of the reasons why it's done it, the Chinese government has unironically protected many of its citizens from predatory monetization.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious indeed. Yes.
Right?
Yes. That's a funny little side effect that occurs there. So, yep. And I know that whenever discussed, some people are definitely have a hard time distinguishing between the two. But remember, there's the country and there's the party, and the party is the problem. So, what remains to be seen. What's going to happen after this? But good job, Diablo.
Good job, some fucking dumbass. You know what would be the best version of this story?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my last day. I know what I want to do. And I'm off! Enjoy the launch of Diablo Immortal, guys. Like...
What was that physical gesture?
That was... Well... Last day as social media man for Blizzard. Time to have a little goof at my company's expense. Oh, here we go. Ba-ba-da-ba. What's that, Piglet? Okay, out the door. Goodbye.
Yep. Good job on that one.
Like, part of me thinks that the new Twinkie sensation, the Twink coin, was invented by a marketer who was retiring.
I don't know what any of those words mean.
All right, you know what a Twinkie is?
Yep.
The snack cake by Hostess.
Mm-hmm.
Coming hot off the excitement around crypto. They've decided to release a limited version of Twinkies that they are calling Twink Coins.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just put your mouth around it and taste the cream.
I mean, it's kind of shocking that they have not become one of those Wendy's-like accounts that have just gone far down that road already. You know, if you're the name of your product is Twinkies, I can't believe we haven't already gotten here. It's surprising that it's taken this long, if anything. Yeah.
I mean, Wooly, yesterday I saw a real interaction between Wheat Thins and Triscuit, in which Wheat Thins described they're a 9 but prefer Triscuit, to which Triscuit responded, "Ooh, we're feeling feisty. It's a cracker showdown," and had a fist emoji with it. Like, they don't know. None of them know.
I think some of them that do know that it's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission, and take their stab at it sometimes, you know?
I think that some of these are run by those who know on the behalf of those who don't know.
That's exactly what I think happens. Yes. When you are a group of people and you're taking a selfie, and you know, a selfie is for you, but what if you're multiple people taking a selfie? Then clearly you're taking an ussie.
A self-ussie.
An ussie. So that's what's happening, you know? All right. Anyway.
Okay.
The giant crab cannot fire the laser fast enough. What else is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. If you were one of the people that was thinking, you know, all this noise about Overwatch 2 just doesn't strike me as it doesn't strike my interest. I'm quite fine. I'll just stick with my old copy of Overwatch 1. Thank you very much. In fact, they said that those people, I think there was a point at which they said people with Overwatch 1 will be able to play against people with Overwatch 2. But regardless, either way, if you were just like, yeah, just stick to the original, I don't like this 2 shit, too bad! Overwatch 2 is going to replace Overwatch 1, making the original unplayable in October. And if there were any doubt, if there were any still lingering feelings that Overwatch 2 is really actually a sequel and not just 1.1, I hope this addresses your beliefs, because sequels do not come out and make part 1 stop existing. That's not what a sequel is.
Everything about Overwatch 2 and the game releasing and being a game is the most confusing thing I have seen in the games business for many years. Like, it is unironically been totally baffling to figure out what they are even telling you are buying, or if you're buying it. The entire thing, literally every single thing about Overwatch 2 seems entirely created to divert attention. Like, it's a patch.
Yep. And that the game you bought and the things you spent your money on are now replaced with the free-to-play thing. You know, we're going to assume that, of course, you're keeping all your carryover progress and such. But, yeah, you cannot.
I think that's a grand assumption.
I think it was announced with it. Here, I'm pretty sure I read that in the announcement with it. Um, you're gonna carry over your shit, but it's somewhere in the article after they talked about the roadmap. But anyway, they're replacing the live
Okay,
service.
it will carry over.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah. It was part of the announcement. But
like many sequels where everything in the first game transferred entirely over to the sequel with no changes because it's totally a sequel.
like this is like every second of new information about this just makes it seem like the wildest lie of a game. That just say you wanted to redo it. Like again, Overwatch redo fucking next Overwatch next. Like it's not too.
Dead by Daylight is doing like a huge overhaul of like all their perks and a bunch of like mechanical numbers. And you know what that's called? That's called the mid-chapter update. Because that's what it is.
So like now those videos showing you all the stage lighting changes and such, like no, the importance of those was not to show off, look, it's daytime and nighttime Dorado. It's to show you
It's the same stages.
This is the new stage version that is now the only stage version. Say goodbye to the one that you used to play on. It's now like 6v6 is just gone, like everything is just gone. They clearly didn't always intend for this to be the case if they were saying things like, oh, you'll be able to play against people using
Overwatch 1
and
players.
2. But all of this deflection game plan and look over here. Ah, woo, hey. All of that.
This is the first thing they fucking said. Was Overwatch 2 will come out and its big value add will be its single player and PvE content. And don't worry, you'll still be able to play with Overwatch 1 players. To which point, that first, hey, here's what the game is, every single part of that no longer exists or never did. You mean the PvE that is actually a long-term post-launch goal that doesn't even have a concrete date other than a year?
Man, just that thing that happens when a new game comes out and people play it and then they go like they're fans of the old one and they go, fuck this, man, I'm just gonna go back to the old one, I feel like playing that now. And then you do, and then like it creates a little bit of a pocket resurgence of people going into the classic thing. Fuck you. You are not allowed, man. Now,
hey Wooly,
mm-hmm.
You know what's we play fighting games, we play shooters, we play all these things. You know what's really great? When they put out Street Fighter 2 and you were able to play as 2 extra characters.
When did that happen?
Overwatch 2 is the sequel that features 2 new characters. Sojourn and Junker Queen. Wow! A whopping 2 characters.
Now, I will say that if Street Fighter Championship Edition called itself Street Fighter 3, I would have been very upset.
Yeah, wouldn't you have been?
I would have been very upset.
4 characters. It's fucking silly, man. It's silly.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look at the list here.
You're getting less new characters in Overwatch 2 than you would in a like $40 update to a fighting game.
Okay. So what happens if you boot up a console copy
of Overwatch?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Does it just force a massive update and then boot as Overwatch 2 on your PS4?
No, a text box comes up that says "Eat shit, moron."
Like, is it just gonna be that, like, that obnoxious full-on update, and then yeah, fuck off?
It
I
probably actually unironically will. It'll
mhm.
come up with a thing that says, "Did you know that Overwatch 2 is free?" and it'll link you to the store page.
But I'm just like, will there be? Yeah, like, will you be able to like work your way into the menus somehow? You know, or like, is it just gonna be like, nope, boot up the free the store page exactly with the free download? Yeah, they
We got
could.
people mentioning that on the Switch, Overwatch 2 is being listed as a DLC.
It's honest then. It's honest about what it is on this on the eShop. Okay, all right, I see that. Um, yeah, this is great. Other
Love Blizzard
things.
so much. Oh, I'm so glad they exist. Makes it easy for us.
So, you know who it's not going easy for?
I mean,
Babylon's
that's pretty
Fall
vague, actually.
has
Oh,
reached
yeah,
0
Babylon's Fall.
concurrent players on Steam.
Congratulations! 0!
Shoutouts to Steam Spy and tools that allow you to monitor a game without actually booting it up, therefore giving you an accurate number of the exact moment it hit 0, which was June 16th at 10 p.m.
You know, there's a God, I forget who did it, but it's a content creator does video essays. You probably look it up if you look it up. It's like, what does a game being dead actually mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right? What is it? What is a dead game? And how many people do you actually have to have on a server to actually play a game? Or is it 200? Is it 1,000? Right? And they went into a bunch of quote unquote dead games, stuff like Red Orchestra and stuff like that. And it's like, no, you can totally play it, right? Like, it's viable. It's not 50, 100,000 like Call of Duty, but like, you can get a match. You may not be able to get a match in every mode, stuff like that, right? 0, though.
Yep. Not one.
0 is fucking 0.
Not one. Nothing. Um, I
Is it Racevic? It's Racevic. He does good stuff.
yeah,
But yeah, no, 0. 0. There's nothing to, like.
that's
Hey, true believers out there, you wanna fucking you wanna load up Babylon's Fall and be 100% of its global player base?
there's just that, like, no matter how much other games might have come and gone here and there and whatnot, there's always just the thought that, well, I don't know, maybe somewhere on the other side of the planet is playing Astral Chain right now offline.
Oh yeah, tons of people.
You
Yeah, there's
know,
probably a couple hundred people playing
yeah.
Astral Chain. Sure, why not?
But the nature of this game and it's having to be online just allows you to see that, like, no, that is not happening. Not a soul. Not a soul is playing. Which, as you know, then means if you were to jump on, you would play it and you'd be playing the worst, most busted version of the game where you'd fight everything as if it were still at team scale.
Yeah,
Um.
but you
Anyways,
would also be the world's best Babylon Falls player.
you would be. You would be. I bet
You
you
would
this
be the best person.
this news is probably going to cause a little bit of a spike.
Oh, totally. Maybe up to 20,
Well, concurrent
30
alt
even.
24-hour was what was that? There was a couple of people. Yeah, 13. 13 people, and then 26 over the course of a day, so we're doing it. Anyways,
Steam charts. Oh, let's see. Oh man, these. Oh, this is even more dire than I thought. So there were 16 people playing 40 minutes ago. Respectable. But what's of grander note is the all-time high for Babylon's Fall on Steam is 1166.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the day it fucking came out.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, in other news, always a good time when we can take something that creeps out just about everybody I know in
Yeah,
regards
let's
to,
hear it.
let's say, Alexa. I know a whole lot of people that are like, absolutely not. Get that shit away from me. Turn it off on your TV. My TV comes baked in, with it in. No, shut up. Fuck off. I don't want it. Don't want it. Get it away from me. Horrible. And
Kind of
then,
given up. The algorithm clearly hears me.
well, that's okay because when you pass on, Alexa can mimic your voice as it can use a voice assistant to impersonate dead people with just a 1-minute recording, now allowing you to live on in deep faked format, the thing that we've all been horrified by, advertised as a feature. So a child in the video goes, Alexa, can Grandma finish reading me The Wizard of Oz? And then it switches over to Grandma's voice, but Grandma's not alive anymore.
I'm torn on this.
Okay.
That is obviously horrific. Obviously. That is grotesque in a way that I find difficult to vocalize.
Mm-hmm.
However,
But
I personally had to make peace with the nightmare many years ago when I thought about how many hundreds of thousands of hours of my own voice exist.
mm-hmm.
You wouldn't need technology to make me read you a story. You would
Mm-hmm.
just have to be patient.
And now everyone can feel the horror. Is that
So, yeah, kind of.
the silver
The
lining is you
my
all feel it
my
too?
my internalized nightmare has been democratized.
There's a great I enjoy it. There's a great moment of Reggie coming to that realization because he was not thinking about that world, and there's a clip of it
Yeah, he's
somewhere.
new to this world.
I explained them like, by the way, you've been at this for at least a year or two. That's more than enough time for your eternal AI self to have exactly what it needs to feed off of your voice clips and facial expressions and just recreate you in the future. It's already done. It's committed. It's over. And that did
Now,
not sit too well with him in the moment.
now the real question here is not can an AI read a bedtime story, or can an AI robot paint a masterpiece or compose a symphony, as you would think in Asimov's iRobot. The question for me is, can an AI correctly simulate me desperately trying to explain why eating dry pasta is totally normal and then throwing a tantrum when I can't convince anyone of that? I think it might be a bit before that is the case.
Okay, we swerved. I was following you. I really did think that you were going to say that you wanted to know whether an AI would be able to, I don't know, call your parents and pretend to desperately need help and for money to be transferred, as well as their credit card numbers with the digits on the back to this account over here, which is all, of course, being read in your voice. But sure, raw pasta is a concern too. He says as he bites into raw pasta.
It's good. The crunch is good for you. It's actually quite bad for you, but hey.
I'm just gonna mentally filter out what's happening right now and pretend it isn't effectively. So that's good. We just don't even need
Will an
to.
AI be able to simulate bizarre food habits and mental illness? Probably not for a while.
Don't react to it, folks. You're giving him power.
Do
Learn
you know
from my
that
example.
eating dry pasta is what's known as anti-nutrients?
You're feeding him with your thoughts and feelings right now. Stop it. I have more experience in this than anybody on this planet. Stop it. And he will not have power over you.
You know, Wooly, I think 15 years ago, I said something really fucking stupid to you, and I don't remember what it was, but it was fucking stupid. It was an absolute head-ass, dumb brain fucking cockamamie idea. And you started to argue with me. And I stopped you, and I said, what are you, fucking stupid? Why would you take that stupid-ass shit I just said seriously? Even I am like, that's the stupidest fucking thing I could think of in this world. And I said it with total, all my chest confidence. And you're going to convince me that that stupid-ass shit is wrong? What is wrong with you? And you looked at me and went, I'm sorry. That was my mistake. Continue.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you see, folks, you got to learn. You got to learn how this works. Anyway, totally not going to be used for nefarious purposes immediately after unveiling the feature. Totally not.
Absolutely not.
Not a chance.
That's fucking awful.
Anyway, then just some random stuff over here on the Kojima side of the internet. They said, hey, what's going on with you, Kojima? Actually, that's not true. No one said that. No one said anything to Kojima, but Kojima grabbed Twitter.
No one has to.
And that was all it took.
The man's having an internal dialogue with a character that doesn't exist, and he's just telling it to you.
So via Twitter, we've now discovered that Kojima was watching The Boys, quit after 3 episodes, and realized that it was too close to an idea that he was working on. He had a project that he wanted to make, which involved a group of, basically a buddy cop movie with a guy and a girl that were a special detective squad facing off against big legendary superheroes and taking them down, with Mads Mikkelsen as the lead.
Yeah, that sounds like Kojumbo. Genius Kojumbo.
Yep, even. Genius even. And he said it never left his mind, so it didn't incur any cost, labor, material, or research. But no mention as to whether or not he might return to that idea in the future. But because he stopped watching The Boys because it came too close. I get that to what he was thinking. Concept was similar, but different settings and tricks, which is a hilarious way to describe it, because he's like, oh yes, no, like the tricks that I use are different, you know, like, and it makes me wonder, like, what do you consider a trick? What
does that fucking mean?
Is it a trick?
What does that mean?
That Heartman has a heart condition? Is that a trick that we had to discover?
The trick is that he's going to have a name, and the name's going to be literal.
Do the Kojima-isms that we often go on about, like, does he just consider these to be tricks? Is that the word?
Oh, okay, get this, right? Guy's got superpowers, right? And his superpower is being stung by bees, okay? So he's going to be called the Pain, because it hurts to get stung by bees.
Right. There you go. Absolutely. What about that giant flaming Ghost Rider spirit popping out of the cosmonaut?
That's going to be the Fury because it yells because it's mad. Because it's angry. It's upset.
Hey, I recently heard that story about the was he based on the cosmonaut that like crashed back to Earth screaming angrily at uh the Soviets when they had a shitty rocket, and like he did it knowing it was basically a suicide mission? Because I heard about
So
this.
I'm not super familiar with that, but that definitely sums up the overall attitude of the Russian space program.
Yeah, because I recently learned about this dude who was considered like a hero with in the cosmonauts, that was he was successfully completed a mission, and then they were gonna have this other guy was gonna go back up and use this newer, shittier rocket that was absolutely just, anyone who looked at it twice could tell this thing was gonna fucking fall apart in reentry, and they asked him to do it, and he went, "I don't want to fucking do this." But the guy who's my hero, who is like my kind of my mentor, they're gonna make him go back up there and do it if I say no, so I have to do it. And then there's this whole recording where you can hear him on the way back in reentry going, "Holy shit, fuck all of you, you pieces of shit, you killed me, this thing sucks," and just going off and requesting an open casket funeral, which of course is a picture of just a burnt husk of nothing, because he knew that it was doomed to fail. So I'm kind of like, come to think of it, I'm thinking about the Fury again, and I'm like, oh,
You know,
is it related to that at all? Because that's a real thing that happened.
that man's name was Albert Einstein.
Komarov was his name. But sure. That big angry skull.
You know, so I just saw somebody in the chat go, "Is that real?" And my first reaction was to say, "Who cares?" I don't care if the story you just told me is real.
Vladimir
That sounds
Komarov.
real enough.
Yeah. Anyway, that might have been it. So that's going on. And not much to this other one as well, but unlike Kojima on Twitter, they actually did do an interview with the producer of FF16, Yoshida, of course, who sat down and said a few things about the game, talks about the protagonist, and you're going to play him through 3 different ages, and you're going to have AI companions, you're going to have these summon battles, the Acons versus Acons, and it's going to switch genres, all that stuff, which explains those 2 life bars. And in some cases, it's going to be like a wrestling match. In another case, it might be a battlefield. So the game is just going to become a big spectacle for those fights. And then what I thought was an interesting drop in the bullet points here was the fact that it was going to be designed as a area-based game that gives you a feel of a global scale, but it's not open world. And I think,
Yeah, okay.
And I feel like actually saying that right off the bat is a good thing.
Yeah.
Just right, like it's like, okay, no, Acon. How do you Icon? Is it with an E in the front?
Yes.
Okay.
But it is pronounced icon, as in like an icon of sin or an icon of worship.
Is that word used before?
Exhaustively in 14.
I was gonna ask if it was 14. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not like a Japanese word. It's just a FF14 word.
No, they wanted to say icon like ICON, but they wanted to make it sound fantasy style, so they put an E in front of it.
EIKON. Got it. Okay, so it's pronounced icon. Thank you. Yeah, the fact that they're straight up saying, "Hey, this is not open world," is like, oh shit, everyone and their mother would have assumed that it would be based on the way things are going these days, industry-wise. And It's
You know, I didn't expect that, mainly because they didn't show any shots of the character looking over a big landscape that had, like, a tower in the distance.
I suppose it's all been heavily cinematic in what they're revealing, but it does feel that like um anything that's considered like quadruple A enough is just going to have to be kind of open world. That's the default expectation for things, and I like, I can respect it if it's like, nope, this is just narrative and it's going to be fine. Um, doesn't have to be hallways certainly, but there's a balance I think you can accomplish where um, a game that had an RPG that has an overworld is not considered an open world game. There's a difference between those two things.
Yeah, most Final Fantasy games are area-based. Like, the vast majority of them.
Um, yeah, so that is gonna there's gonna be another trailer dropping explaining a bit more, but apparently the game's done.
Polish it. Make it shiny. Get your internal QA team to QA it. So as somebody who's played a lot of MMOs and played a lot of 14, the QA guys they got over there are pretty good. Because MMOs are usually fucked up, not this one. So that game's probably going to be polished to a mirror shine.
Yep, you yeah, I would imagine their internal team is half of the employees that work there, if not possibly even bigger, because you need that kind of coverage to keep an MMO tight.
Also, a weird little Final Fantasy XVI story is that the English voice acting will be in British English to accommodate Americans.
What?
They literally came out and said that they just made the decision to record all of the English voice acting in British English, specifically to appeal to Americans who would otherwise argue about characters' accents and pronunciation of words.
Okay. Sure. Sure. Fucking last story in Xenoblade, we got used to that. Everyone's still on the Monado, so yeah, fine.
Wrong time.
All right, let's take some letters.
All right, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeast@gmail.com. It's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
That's correct. All right, we got one coming in from Michael says, "Dear Pat and Wooly, couldn't come up with funny names. I was watching Pat's The Somnium Files playthrough, and I noticed a good example of a fake mechanic, something designed to feel like an interesting mechanic when in fact it serves zero gameplay functions. It's just a narrative purpose. In Somnium Files, there's a couple of points in the game where the character has to swap out different types of bullets for their special evolver gun, depending on the situation. When the game gets, it shifts into what looks like an ammo selection screen, where the correct ammo is selected and loaded into the gun.
And it spins and its whole thing.
None of this is controlled by the player, and the end result is always the same kind of QuickTime event, no matter which bullet is loaded into the gun.
Yeah, it's completely fake. Like Iba will go load in the exploding bullet, and it'll go to like a blue void inventory screen where it's like spinning the fucking bullets, and it'll slow down and select the right one, and it'll go got it and slot it in, and it's like it's a fucking cutscene.
It's just nothing. Yeah. What are your favorite fake mechanics like these?
I don't know. That's probably fucking way up there. Like that's like how do Somnium Files is a weird game because it wants to pretend it isn't just a visual novel by giving you like technical control, but you can't actually fail or do anything actually out of order. Like, it's there to make you feel like you're playing along with the mystery, but you're not.
I can't think of any fake mechanics that I liked on that level. Well, some folks are saying Azura's Wrath. I know that a lot of those fights turn into sequences that are less about control and more about stuff. But that's a whole other discussion. Okay. Here's one coming in from Camo Steel. Says, Dear Pat Lee the Turtle and the Woolly, I was listening to the most recent podcast episode where you talked about awful game mechanics from the mid-aughts, most notably awful tailing missions where everything has been terrible. But one example stood out to me that I never found annoying. In Sly 2, Band of Thieves, there are several tailing missions throughout the game. The first one appears in the tutorial part level. In Mission 5, Follow Dimitri. You're introduced and tasked with following the first boss, Dimitri, through a level accompanied by his eclectic speaking patterns and dope club music. Maybe it's my nostalgia glasses. This is my favorite bit in the game franchise, but I never found this to be annoying or boring or tedious as other tailing missions. Not to mention this came out in 2004, 3 years before Ascreed. The reasons being it doesn't limit your movement speed or verticality. In fact, it encourages you to get on the rooftops directly above him instead of set distance from behind him, which feels way more sneaky. He has a lot of character in his dialogue and walk animation. Missions feel like they're cohesively within the game. The whole thing takes 2 minutes anyway, so even if you hate it, you aren't trapped. There's several other tailing missions like this in the game, but each innovates the mechanic in some way by changing up what you play as and who your targets are, as well as a platforming obstacle course, luring the world bosses to various locations, sometimes getting directly behind them to pickpocket without being noticed. Wanted to talk about the series I love mostly that just deserves more attention, but it got me curious about examples you can come up with of typically awful game mechanics and tropes being used in ways that are exceptions to the rule.
Yeah, so the reason why it's good in Sly is because they actually work an entire gameplay system around it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's why crafting in your average fucking Ubi shit game is completely different from a game that is actually about scrounging and putting pieces of shit together to barely survive and level your character stats.
Tailing in Hitman can be really good when there's a lot going on. When you're following your mark
100%.
And you're picking how to go about, finding the spot to do it and setting things up, running ahead. Some of those missions where the mark starts out in a really obvious place and then has to work their way through a giant compound are fantastic takes on tailing missions. So, yeah, there are exceptions.
Also, sorry to dive back into the old one, but I thought about a fake mechanic, and I double-checked it while we were talking. And it's a bad fake mechanic. And that is sprint in Halo Infinite. It's not technically fake, but it definitely portrays itself as. So when you sprint in a first-person shooter, you see your character's arms go and the screen shakes and you get a little bob. How much faster do you think you move in Halo Infinite on a percentage base than normal?
I don't know. 15?
Lower.
10?
Lower.
5.
It's 8.
8%.
The big screen shake fucking arms of can't shoot sprint in fucking Halo Infinite is at 108% walking speed.
Okay, so how about this? Mass Effect 1 original version, not legendary, where sprinting apparently did nothing. 0% speed increase. Just screen shake and stamina bar.
Fuck off.
Purely disadvantageous is what I was told. in which case it's nothing
Whoa.
but bad.
Oh,
Completely and utterly fake mechanic
oh,
that just makes it
Wooly.
worse.
Do you remember playing Gears of War 1 multiplayer and seeing what the roadie run looked like from outside your body?
I don't remember what it looks like from third person.
Dude, it's like the roadie run in Gears makes you feel like you are a race car. And when you see somebody else doing it, they're just like, "I'm coming. I'm gonna get." Like it is.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
hilarious.
Dude, the wide FOV, man. Like anytime something just gets like it speeds up and the lines are going, like you could make anything look insanely quick. Yeah. Like
And
I
I'm gonna disqualify anything that it writes. It says it does X, but it's broken and doesn't do anything because that's a mistake. That's not as intended. It's not fake for the sake of being fake. It's just
But in this
literally
case, in
broken.
Mass Effect 1, like they designed a whole thing. It has a stamina system that makes you tired when you get exhausted and doesn't allow you to aim properly and it has repercussions and all of it's in there. But it's like maybe that strikes me as like maybe they had it at a number and then they realized that if you sprinted around the game,
Good
you
break.
well actually there was a bug that says if you save while sprinting, you can corrupt your save. That
The
was
other
a
thing
thing.
is that come to think of it, in Mass Effect 1, even when you're not sprinting, if you're moving too quickly, the fucking loading disc will
Mhm.
show up and the game will freeze. It's possible that they had sprinting in and realized that their loading just couldn't keep up with it.
The draw distance stuff and the ability to load up. That's the second thing that comes to mind is like, okay, bug fix, make sprinting not actually sprint, but don't take the
Oh,
feature out.
that's somebody in the chat just had one of the best ones. There is a Warframe in Warframe called Gauss, who is the speedster. He is about running fast. That is his deal. He is the speed man. And he is observably and categorically slower than Volt. But he has more speed lines on his camera when he moves.
Okay. Um, Focus energy in Gen 1 Pokemon was intended to multiply the user's crit ratio by 4, but instead it divides it in by 4. Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay.
Send in more fake mechanics later. These are fun. I like
Fake mechanics are
these.
good. We got one coming in from Mia who says, "Hello, Wooly, and also Pat. The trouble
Yo.
with most creators is that they are mortal and can die at any point, even if they're
That's
not
true.
done with whatever they're making. This issue can be tracked back to Virgil, who famously died creating the Aeneid, popularizing the concept. Recently, we tragically saw this happen with Mura, leaving Berserk in the hands of Koji Mori. Reminds me of Douglas Adams' death, where Yoan Koffer wrote And Another Thing as the final Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy book, which was released to an overwhelming reaction of, well, at least you didn't fuck up the series. This does raise the question, though, what series does get fucked up the hardest by the creator's death? Love, Mia. That's an interesting one. What has resulted in it going awry? I think
I want to point out before we move any further that I nearly cringed myself to death just now as you were describing when Virgil died before finishing. And I'm like, what? Virgil didn't. Oh,
Yep, the
yeah,
actual one. Yep.
yeah.
A lot of folks are saying Ruby.
I've seen Tom Clancy. That's a good one.
Yeah. No Monty I can understand that one. There's stuff that comes to mind where it's like more like hypotheticals in a weird way. I know that 8th MS Team Gundam, the director died midway through production. But
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, and it took them an extra 3 years to finish it, but they fucking clinched it out, and it came out great. Um, but as far as like going the other way on it, I don't know, but I have a potential future one that may go into this category.
I mean, you could say Grim right now, and
You
then
could say Grim. A lot of that's what's on everyone's brains. But I'm going a completely different direction with it. I don't know what's going to happen, but I Black Panther 2 Wakanda Forever, I can't imagine what we get would ever be what we would have gotten.
no, for real.
That's just what that is. And they're going to do their best, I suppose, and we'll get something. And I hope what we get is all right. But that one, I feel like there's nothing you could do to really make it what it would have been.
I think the only thing that I could imagine that would be more that is more awful than that is that I genuinely don't think that the game of football was ever the same after John Madden died.
The creator of football, of course.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I think my favorite part of that is that every time I say John Madden died, it's like he's obviously still alive.
Game of Death is a pretty good one, actually. That's true. They really
Game of Death is a weird fucking thing.
They had to warp Bruce Lee's face all over that thing and hire stand-ins, and it got unwatchable.
That is a...
Yeah.
John Madden is dead? Fuck, football's never going to be the same.
Dude, I thought you were joking. Of course he's dead. That was huge news.
What? Was it?
Yes.
Then why do people stay play football? Why do people stay play football?
Guys, what did I say? What did I say? Stop. Stop feeding the beast. Okay? God damn it, dudes. All right. Anyways, here we go. We got one coming in over here. Conch says, "Hello, honorable lords and Sir Willie Madden and Sir Pat Gazist. While listening to you guys discuss the morality system in BioShock, it got me thinking of the way I used to play Oblivion. I would enter the Imperial City, kill the guards with the cool white and gold armor, try to get it, and it never dropped. So instead of turning myself in, I'd go and massacre the guards in all sections of the city. Realizing how much fun it was, I would rinse and repeat all the other towns, slaughtering all the guards. So my question is, was there ever a moment where being evil was entirely better, if not the best, way to play the game?"
The fuck are you talking about, man? You sound nuts.
That's a question. That's a question. Hope things are okay.
Dishonored?
Sure.
Dishonored? Sure.
Just in case you didn't think they were still coming in. They're still coming in. Hey.
Why?
We got one over here who, let's see. I don't care, but it'll piss off a lot of people. Elena says, "Dear Two Castle Beasts, I want to say I don't... I don't care how Hydrocity is pronounced, and I never did. As a neutral observer, all I can say is that Hydrocity folks tend to be 10 times more obnoxious and frustrating to argue with than Hydrosity ones. That alone makes me want to side with them out of spite. Not that it matters, given that all has been increasingly less consistent over the decades, and acting like there's a definitive answer when even Sega makes jokes about the lack of confirmation is just devolving into Splatfest tier nonsense. What a bunch of stupid idiots you all are, especially the ones listening to this right now.
So I will
Sounds
say
like the words
that
of a Hydrosity sayer.
I will say, I mean, I can agree with that. People who say Hydrocity are obviously going to be more annoying and more up their own ass about it because they're right.
See, the way it works is when you walk into a room and there are two people fighting, and one has a shirt that says Pro-Scub, and the other has a shirt that says Anti-Scub.
That's right.
If you have a funny bone in your body and you understand what's hilarious, you will immediately violently become one side or the other.
100%. Easy.
And this is the only way to go. If you have
Anti-Scub forever.
If you have anything inside of you that understands what it means to be entertaining, you will violently choose a side on sight. And that will be the way it remains until you die. And if you don't understand that, then I'm sorry for your loss.
If you were to knock me out and tattoo the word scub on my hand, I would either have to get a tattoo that says anti next to it or chop it off. Because I will not live that scub life.
It's something you have to understand as a neutral observer, all right? This is the way it goes. All right. Yeah. That's we'll call it there.
All right, everybody have a good week, except for pro-scub freaks who say Hydrosity.